preocupado só com a sua aldeia, estas questões são um bocadinho irrelevantes. Mas quando estamos a falar de política económica, ou ciência económica, mas agora deixem-me falar de como temos visto. Eu acho que todas as guerras que se desenvolveram nos últimos anos mostram a importância do pensamento geopolítico e geoestratégico e de segurança internacional que têm de informar as decisões de política económica e também de política empresarial. Obviamente, qualquer empresa que esteja a fazer grandes investimentos num país europeu tem de ter em conta todo o contexto geopolítico e, aliás, se calhar é por não se ter tido isso em conta no passado, no caso do conhecimento já, estávamos demasiado dependentes da Rússia. Nós, não Portugal, mas nós, Europa. E, portanto, é mesmo com... faz parte, digamos, da discussão da identidade desta escola nos próximos meses. Temos vindo a ter, e vamos continuar a ter mais uns meses, a importância das relações internacionais e a forma como nós queremos trazer as relações internacionais para a nossa identidade, ou seja, para o nome da escola. Portanto, se calhar, para o ano, já não serão as jornadas dos alunos de Relações Nacionais da Escola de Economia e Gestão, mas sim, se calhar, da Economia da Escola de Economia e Gestão, de Ciência Política, ou Economia e Gestão Política, ou qualquer coisa assim do género, mas é algo que reflita verdadeiramente a importância desta área científica e desta área pedagógica da nossa escola. Portanto, eu vou terminar agora, até porque já falei mais do que aquilo que foi atribuído, mas queria mesmo dar-vos os parabéns. Eu só vi isto e fica impressionado. Já falei com o nosso Pinel que me disse que teve exatamente a mesma reação, a dizer que era impressionante como é que vocês tinham organizado isto e como é que tinham este número de pessoas aqui na audiência. Portanto, muitos parabéns e muito obrigado em nome da escola. Eu não sei o que faz.
Eu vou tomar esta iniciativa e falar um pouco em nome da direção de Licenciatura em Relações Internacionais. Excelentíssimo Sr. Presidente da Escola de Economia e Gestão, Professora Luís Guilherme Maravilha, Excelentíssimo Sra. Presidente do Centro de Estudos do Curso de Relações Internacionais, Excelentíssimo Sr. Diretor do Departamento dos Colóquios em Relações Internacionais, ilustres e distintos convidados, caros alunos e ex-alunos, é-me concedido o privilégio de proferir algumas palavras na inauguração desta 45ª edição dos Colóquios de Relações Internacionais. Antes de mais, novamente, desejo expressar a minha gratidão pela presença nesta solene cerimónia do excelentíssimo Sr. Presidente da EG, Sr. Luís Guilherme Maria, mas os meus agradecimentos estendem-se especialmente à nossa saudação especial aos nossos ilustres convidados, moderadores e oradores dos painéis, que se dignaram a juntar-se a nós nestes colóquios após deslocarem-se até Braga, de Lisboa, outras localidades de Portugal, bem como do estrangeiro, nomeadamente dos Estados Unidos da América e de países europeus. My special thank you and appreciation goes to Edwin Feinstein, who is going to carry out the task of being our keynote speaker today. Thank you very much for your presence. It's a pleasure to have you here. Dirijo ainda uma saudação particularmente calorosa a todos os membros do Departamento dos Colóquios de Relações Internacionais. A vossa notável determinação, o sacrifício do vosso tempo precioso, pessoal, as decisões difíceis que vocês tiveram que tomar no âmbito profissional e académico, foram fundamentais para que o evento de hoje se concretizasse. Essa edição dos colóquios vai ter lugar hoje, muitas vezes, apesar de vários constrangimentos e várias limitações que a equipa de colóquios de relações internacionais soube superar, mantendo a trajetória exemplar dos eventos e iniciativas anteriores. O tema dos colóquios de relações internacionais espelha a ambição de ampliar os horizontes do debate tanto académico quanto não académico em relações internacionais, que esteve na gênese deste evento há 45 anos atrás. No contexto atual da interdependência e globalização, marcado por inúmeros desafios, torna-se ainda mais crucial, ainda mais premente, a realização da análise, a sugestão de ideias e a aprovação de debate acerca das relações internacionais contemporâneas, seus principais atores, processos e dinâmicas. Os colóquios de relações internacionais continuam a constituir um elemento distintivo dos nossos cursos de licenciatura em Estado em relações internacionais. Essa distinção deve-se à escolha de temas inovadores, à qualidade inquestionável dos nossos oradores e à habilidade de congregar nesta mesma mesa os políticos e os académicos, os representantes da sociedade civil e das empresas sediadas em Portugal. Essa congregação eleva esse evento a um momento de destaque e renovação da vida académica da comunidade de relações internacionais na Universidade de Lisboa e, de forma mais geral, em Portugal. Por essa mesma razão, a todos os vocês presentes, parabéns pela escolha que vocês fizeram. Não ficar em casa, não tomar um café, não ir à praia, mas estar connosco nos próximos 3 dias dos colóquios. Eu prometo que vai valer a pena. Desejo-vos uma excelente participação e aproveitem nos próximos dias.
Excelentíssimo senhor presidente, da Escola de Economia e Gestão, professor Dr. Luiz Aguiar Conraria, excelentíssima senhora diretora da Licenciatura em Relações Internacionais, professora doutora Helena Vieira, excelentíssimo senhor diretor do Departamento de Colóquios do SECRI, senhora Goldoni, excelentíssimo corpo docente da Licenciatura em Mestrado em Relações Internacionais, excelentíssimos oradores e excelentíssimas oradoras, atuais e antigos membros do SECRI, estimados membros dos órgãos sociais do SECRI, caríssimos representantes de núcleos e associações, caros colegas, amigas e amigos. É com muito prazer que dou como iniciados os colóquios de Relações Internacionais, que, com muita honra de dizer, completam hoje 45 anos ininterruptos. Irei agora prosseguir a falar em inglês, de forma que todos os oradores sejam contemplados. Dear Excellencies, I would like to welcome all of you to the 45th edition of International Relations Colloquium. It is an honor to have you with us on this very special occasion that marks 45 years in a row when incoming students like me and my colleagues dedicating their entire school year to accomplish an objective that is not common at all. In fact, it is extraordinary. International relations colloquia are extraordinary because they represent the sum of what it means to be a student, an academic, a researcher, and internationalist. International relations are a never-ending process of metamorphosis, and it is because of that we dedicate ourselves to never stopping discussing, analyzing, and debating the different trends and point of views that encapsulate all of the relevant matters or area, and even those that some may find irrelevant. This is why we are delighted to count on the brilliant speakers that join us from the plethora of countries to enlighten us about the global arms trade, the fight for human rights, the current international order, and its revisionist wars, and the climate crisis from a geopolitical and human security perspective. More than just learnings that we write in a notebook, I hope that we can take lessons from here that would resonate in ourselves for a long time, and that we take these reflections to our academic and workspaces and to our interpersonal relations. More than anything, I hope this colloquia inspires the will to change what is possible and seemingly impossible in favor of a more cohesive and just international society, having in mind that we are speaking from a very privileged position, since at this very moment, the issues that we will discuss are having real-life impact on millions of people. It is with great enthusiasm that I see this auditorium full of people, because I see a new generation of internationalists that are actively engaging in this purpose. It is true, however, that we can only gather all of these people, and that this event is only possible because it was carefully designed by the hands of a very ambitious team that I have the pleasure of calling colleagues and friends. Forgive me if I am suddenly nostalgic and emotional. It is very hard to talk about them without feeling grateful, but therefore, I would like to give some acknowledgements. First of all, thank you to the Colloquia Department, Israel, Artur, Joana Maria, Miguel. I know how hard you've worked for the whole year, and how dedicated you were for the success of this edition. It is truly not easy to organize an event of this proportion, and now you can finally say you made it. Be proud of yourselves, you deserve it. This event is all yours to enjoy. Thank you to my friends at Zeki's direction, Katia, Alice, and Mariana. These powerful women were the pillars of Zeki throughout the year, and the colloquia would also not be possible without them. Thank you for helping us on this journey. This event reflects the passion you put into everything we do. Thank you to the Colloquial Task Force and everyone in Zeki that supported the organization. We share all of these accomplishments as we can only thrive because we are a collective. Thank you to Professor Elena Vega. I don't think there are enough words of gratitude that match the amount of support we put into the Students Association. We hear all of our objectives and dreams and help us make them complete, while being a crucial voice for the employees of our association. If we can gladly say that this is our 45th edition, it is largely due to your faith in our work, and this growth will never be forgotten. Thank you to Professor Paulo Ramos, who heard our ideas for the colloquia since almost 1 year ago and brainstormed together with us, giving suggestions and directions, and impulse we needed to organize this event in a very steady rhythm without ever lacking enthusiasm. Finally, thank you to all of our professors who will moderate the panels and to the School of Economics and Management for all of the continued support throughout all of these years. We hope that the 45th edition of the Colloquia is a memorable one and that it creates the ground in which Sikhi and all of the other colloquias can continue to flourish. Now, finally, I call Sarah the Colloquia Department Director. Thank you.
Excelentíssima senhora diretora da Licenciatura em Relações Internacionais, professora doutora Helena. Excelentíssimo corpo docente da Licenciatura em Mestrado em Relações Internacionais. Excelentíssimos oradores, excelentíssimos oradores. Atuais e antigos membros do Centro de Estudos do Curso de Relações Internacionais. Estimados membros dos órgãos sociais do Centro de Estudos do Curso de Relações Internacionais. Caríssimos representantes do núcleo de associações, colegas de amigos. Now I will follow my speech, so in English or Welcome, everyone, to the 40th edition of International Relations Talk. On my first day of classes, I remember vividly Professor Elena entering one of the lectures, introducing Sikhi, and speaking about the Colóquios, the newcomers of this course. I distinctly recall the following words from the professor. What sets the course apart is Sikhi and the Colóquios, and is also what defines it the most. For some reason, that stuck with me, but it wasn't until after 2 years of participating in events and 2 years as being part of Sikhi that I truly understood what our esteemed professor meant. We have a unique opportunity here. One that very few bachelor's degrees in this country possess, which is to be students and participate in the academic development of our own course. International relations to students at the University of New York demonstrates a long history of resilience, innovation, and above all, pioneering spirit. We are not a mere complement to the international relations story. We are an integral part of the academic and educational spirit, not only for those who study international relations, but for all students of this university. This edition marks 45 years since the first Colloquium happened, and it also marks the tireless work of generations of students who have worked hard to continue this wonderful event. And with the same air of dissatisfaction and a bit of disappointment that 45 years ago led a group of students to discuss and create the Colloquium, I present this year's opinion. Since I entered the course 3 years ago, the work that you love and you has ceased to exist. During this time, we have been in the midst of the greatest health crisis in the last 100 years, COVID-19, which has completely changed and shaped the reality to which we were all used to. We have witnessed invasion and the emergence of a war in Ukraine, which is ongoing and continues to claim innocent lives. And we have also seen the escalation of a conflict that has been going on for over 70 years, which has now turned into a genocide of the Palestinians. The word we're seeing at history to should be taken for granted amidst these new dynamics and changes in the international and geopolitical arena. In this sense, the discussions at this colloquium will revolve around our future, our geopolitical future. What else, based on the current tensions and conflicts, could develop and become a threat to global security or even to human security? How might the decisions of political leaders impact our future as a society? It is an attempt to minimally understand current issues and their levels of importance, so that we can be aware of everything that is happening. And then, on our own, we can understand and have our own ideas of all the events that the world is facing today, and we can have our sense of criticism. Today, we live in a world where questioning whether our reality is indeed real has become possible and even normal. We live in the era of fake news, false information, and it is with this in mind that we came to organize this event. Our ultimate goal is to contribute to the intellectual, pedagogical, and academic enrichment of all the people through event. Despite the level of polarization of the topics and discussions, we believe that this excellent group of speakers who will speak over the next 3 days can expand the level of the discussion of the current problems that occur in the international stage. I would like to immensely thank all the people who made this event possible, exactly as we planned, always ensuring the highest level of excellence for all, the speakers and the audience. Thanks to the immense effort made by the speakers, we from Secret will leave here with a sense of accomplishment. Democracy, the fullest of the knowledge that only an event of the scale of the collection could provide. And among all the people who made this possible, my sincerest thank you to Arthur, Miguel, and Roger, and Luana, who are members of the Department of Collective. I couldn't fail to thank Valentina, President of Secret, Katya, Vice President of Secret, Alice, Secretary of Secret, and Anna and Mariana, the Treasurers of Secret. These people, even though they were not part of the event, to organize the event, they worked hard to make it happen today. I would also like to thank our pedagogical and scientific coordinators, Professor Elena and Professor Paula, for once again agreeing to assist us during this academic year, and also the School of Economics and Management for continually supporting us over the years. I would like to thank the task force that helped resolve the last pending issues before the event this past week. To the teachers of this house and professors, thank you for always helping as much as possible so that we can hope to collecting and every single student for the course and attend. And finally, I would like to thank all those present here. Without you, this event would have no meaning. Without these people, this edition of the International Relations Collective would not be happening. I truly hope that you all enjoy everything that this event has to offer, just as we have enjoyed and benefited from organizing it all for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miguel, here to keep the panel started. Thank you.
Parabéns para vocês.
Hello everyone. I'd like to start by thanking each and every one of you for being here and to enjoy and invite you to enjoy this event that Secretary organized with much effort, and I think it will be very interesting for all of you. In this panel entitled The Business of War, Understanding the Economics of Arms Trade, we'll have 4 different speakers that all work with different topics inside of the global arms trade. This panel has the objective of giving us a little bit of a broader understanding of how the international arms trade works. Joining us first, our first speaker, Inspector Chief of the Judiciary, Antonio Pinto. He has been an internal staff member of the Judiciary since 2003, having reached the rank of Chief Inspector in 2018. He is currently in charge of the Brigade of the Regional Section for combating terrorism and military of the Northern Directorate of Police Judiciary, with responsibility for investigating arms trafficking, kidnappings, hijackings, attacks on transport security, crimes committed against sovereign bodies, terrorism, among others. He graduated in law from New Zealand University and has a postgraduate in criminal justice education from the University of Virginia in the United States of America. Antonio Pinto participated in the organizational leadership course run by Federal Bureau of Investigation in Quebec, and various training courses mostly on organized crime and terrorism. Among other roles, he's a representative and point of contact for Police Judiciary, in working groups set up to do the scope of the other calls conferences on the subject of arms trafficking and terrorism. Secondly, we have Dr. Jonathan Chen. He is a non-resident fellow at the Mission Scientific on Self-Determination at Princeton University, and an external fellow at the Center for Security Studies in the Metropolitan University of Prague. And he specializes in defense politics, armed collaboration, Russia and China's foreign policy, statecraft and climate alliances, as well as EU strategic autonomy. He also has recently published a book titled Defense Politics and the Global Arms Trade, explaining cross-national targets. Also joining us, we have Dr. Alexandra Primova. She is a researcher with Bolívar's Conventional Arms and Ammunition Program, where she contributes to the development and implementation of research projects on the security and development measures. Prior to joining UNIDIC, she worked with the Arms Transfers and Military Expenditure Program at the Stockholm International Peace Conference, the Peace Research Institute, where she conducted research on global arms flows and global armed conflicts, the research held by the emergence of suppliers in the global arms trade, and on transparency in military expenditure, with particular focus on developments in the Middle East and North Africa, Russia, and Eastern Europe. She was also an intern in the Department of Challenges and Threats at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Last but not least, our final speaker is Gurgor Tinch. He is a senior researcher at the Peace Research Institute of Oslo, where he is the co-leader of the Security and Technology Research Group and a member of the Pre-Migration Center. His main research interests lie on the intersection between technological development, security practices, and societal change. In 2023, we worked on different programs on emerging security technologies. These include Regulair, a large multi-annual research project on the integration of drones in the civilian airspace; Transcend, Horizon Europe project dealing with societal impacts of the EU security research; and Europe's the new security architecture post-Ukraine war. Finally, our moderator will be Professor Maria Helena Guimarães. She is an associate professor and has a John Monnet Chair in Political Economy of European Integration. She has a PhD in International Political Economy and a Master in Political Science from the University of Cincinnati, USA. She has a Master in European Studies and a Bachelor in International Economic Relations from the Universidad of Miami. She was a Fulbright visiting scholar at the American University, Washington, D.C., and a visiting scholar at the University of Washington, Seattle. She teaches in areas of international political economy, European integration, EU negotiation, trade policy, among others. She has recently been elected to the General Council of the Universidad of Miami and was Vice President and Interim President of the Economics and Business School, where she has coordinated undergraduate and graduate programs and projects of the international education. Thank you very much, and I hope all of you enjoy the panel.
So good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to the first panel of your colloquium of this year. This was already mentioned various times before me. This is the 45th edition of this colloquium. And I must tell you that I was in the first edition, the very first edition of this colloquium in 1980. So you can imagine how I have mixed feelings about being here today. Nostalgia, of course, but a lot of pride as well, because this is a non-stop event. This is almost half a century. It's a lot. It's quite heavy on me. Anyway, we have carnations here today, so your colloquia is just 5 years younger than the revolution of April 25th. So the panelists in this table were already introduced. I think most of you know me, so maybe I really didn't need to make such a long presentation, but thank you very much. This is a very current topic that we're going to discuss this afternoon, but also a very controversial one. We'll have a panel with academics and researchers, and also with practitioners. This gives us a very different perspectives on this very complex topic, and also I would say very secretive in some ways. So we organized our panel a little bit differently than Miguel mentioned. So we will have first Bruno Finish giving this presentation, then Alexandra Kunova, right? Jonathan will be third, and finally we will have Chief Inspector Antonio Pinto. And of course we are eager to listen to them, and I'm sure we will learn a lot this afternoon. So just a final word to tell you that we decided that after each presentation, I will say a few minutes and I will open the floor for the audience. I will collect 2 questions just to make, save time. 2 questions, and then we'll go to the next panelist, okay? So thank you for being here today. And Bruno, please, you have the floor. So Bruno, about 15 minutes, is that okay? Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Ok, boa tarde a todos. Vou fazer a apresentação em inglês, mas eu sou português, fiz o meu doutoramento aqui na Universidade de Minho e é com que estou de volta. Yes, so my name is Bruno Martins. I work at the Peace Research Institute, Oslo, Rio. I'll be talking today about some of the most important aspects regarding the fundamental shifts that are happening when it comes to European defense in the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There are certainly many issues that could be brought to the table to discuss today, and I know that my colleagues will be talking about some of the issues that I will also bring to the table, and hopefully there will be some complementarity between our presentations. So what I'll start by giving you the background of the analysis that I'll bring to the table, and then I will kind of highlight some key analytical points, and then end with some kind of key takeaway messages that can also be part of the discussions that we'll have afterwards. So I thought when preparing this presentation, I thought about mentioning a kind of an anecdote that relates to the time where I was doing my master degree here at the University of Minho with Professor Laura Ferreira Pereira, who supervised my master's and my PhD. And my master's thesis dealt with some issues, some institutional issues in the field of European security and defense. And back then, the thesis eventually became published as a book that you have there. And in the research that was carried out back then, I was very preoccupied with the issue of the change of paradigm. Okay, so I looked at how discussions when it came to security and defense in the European integration process took place since then since the late 40s, and I was, very keen on using the words, if we are witnessing a change of paradigm, okay, and my supervisor was always a bit careful, saying, a change of paradigm is really fundamental shifts. I'm not sure, that what you're talking about is a paradigm shift. What we have today is a paradigm shift, finally, when it comes to issues of defense in the European integration process. Part of the work that I've done on defense and industrial issues has been done together with my colleague Jocelyn Maudsley at the University of Newcastle. We published that article together a couple of years ago. Please have a look if you want to know more of the things that I'll talk about. But the main issues and the main kind of messages that I'm bringing today relates to a project that we did last year with funding from the Norwegian Ministry of Defense. And the team was myself, Jocelyn Maudsley, and my colleague Nick Marsh, also at Kuwait. So basically, the message that I will be bringing from now on relates to the project that was carried out by the three of us. And we produced three different papers, and I will be going through them very quickly. So one dealt with issues of the dilemmas of capacity, capability and cooperation when it comes to rearming Europe. The second one dealt with trying to anticipate the effects of increased defense budgets in Europe. And then the final dealt with some kind of more policy relevant debates when it comes to the consequences of the non-alignment of European military spending priorities. And we had some outreach activities throughout the year with that project. Conferences, talks at universities, media, etc. So the first thing that I want to bring to the table would not be particularly new when it comes to the starting point. The starting point was that European leaders agreed at the political level to provide a lot of support to Ukraine, but then there was a difficulty in actually providing the military equipment that could be materializing that support. So there is a mismatch between what seemed to have been the agreements reached at the political level and the capacity from European industries to provide all sorts of military equipment supporting Ukraine. In our research, we looked at the causes of it. So this is very easy to observe, in terms of an empirical reality. There is simply not enough ammunition being produced to match what the EU itself agreed itself to provide to Ukraine. But we went back into history and to see what can explain the situation where we are at the moment. And what we have witnessed in after the end of the Cold War is that we have a restructuring not only of the European defense industries, but also of the way that things were organized in the United States. Those processes were different, but they also had some similarities. And what we end up having in Europe was that different member states, they put most of their effort and their support surrounding national champions, meaning one main company or one main industry per country. There was not enough cooperation, and therefore the outlook of European defense industries was very sparse and dispersed. Specifically with the issue of ammunition, the shortages that we've looked into go back not only to some specific issues dealing with raw materials, etc., but actually when it comes to manpower, skilled workers, etc. There were just not enough people with the skills and the knowledge to produce the kind of material that European leaders were agreeing on. And what is very interesting from our perspective, and also to to put this discussion not only in terms of economics and industrial production, but actually bringing it back to politics, is that the issue of rearmament brings a lot of trade-offs and a lot of dilemmas. So from our perspective, it's not really straightforward to say, we need to spend more and we need to produce more just like that. Okay? There are some fundamental dilemmas that exist there. For example, if one says, okay, we need to produce more military equipment. Okay, what type of military equipment? What should be the priority? Shall we deal, for example, with short-term shortages, trying to get something that would replace what we give to Ukraine? Or, shall Europe be focusing on kind of a more mid-term, long-term perspectives? Another trade-off has to do with the type of industries that we're talking about. Are we dealing here, or should we be dealing with the mass production, of more classical military equipment, tanks, fighter jets, smaller weapons, etc.? Or instead, should Europe focus on kind of more cutting-edge technologies that require a fundamentally different type of industrial organization? And finally, a very important dilemma, a very important trade-off is, as we all know, Europe started as a peace process, as the creation of a political entity that basically controlled weapons production so that we would not have war in Europe. And certainly, throughout all these decades, the situation has been changing. It has certainly changed over the last 2 years. But it's not a given, I would say, that European citizens are necessarily behind a huge militarization. So there are some very, very clear, very tangible dilemmas that need to be discussed. In our second paper, we looked into the very debated issue of the increase of military budgets in Europe. So as one of the consequences of the war in Ukraine, not only the EU in itself has fundamentally increased its commitment to military defense industries, but also basically all European countries, including non-EU members such as Norway, have announced that they will increase their defense budgets. But of course, this increase, and I'll just take, in terms of intellectual exercise, let's just assume that it will materialize, even though this is not really given. This opens up myriad questions, and questions that deal, for example, with how the priorities of different EU countries are not aligned. Okay? So what does it mean when, for example, France says we will be spending X more amounts of money, but then Germany says the same, and then Spain says the same, and Portugal says the same, but there is no coordination about what should be the priorities on how the money should be spent. Okay? And what we have been finding in our research is that not only the different states are committing to different timelines, okay, because one thing is to say, we will spend more money, something else is to spend, when will we reach the, NATO 2%, for example, and here there are very big differences. There are countries that are already spending a lot more on military equipment, Poland, for example, but you have other countries that fundamentally lag behind, okay? And the key message from our research is that the mere increase in defense spending will not necessarily translate into increased industrial capacity and operational capabilities. Okay? And basically, we have been looking into the data that has been collected by SNIPRI, but also that has been collected by NATO. And we've seen in 2023 a steep increase in budgets, defense budgets, that is not particularly steep, and we're now waiting to see what will happen in 2024. Another important thing that we want to bring to the table is that an even picture where different countries have different priorities about how to spend their defense money is something that has obviously all sorts of explanations. And in our paper, we explore 4 of them. The first one, reason explaining the non-alignment of defense priorities is that there are different threat perceptions among electorates. Okay, it's very easy to convince people in Finland, in Poland, in Baltic states that the Russian threat is very real, compared to, for example, the government in Italy or the government in Portugal. The second one is that there are different international defense commitments. So different European countries, they already have, some troops and equipment deployed in different setups, and so it's not automatic and not obvious that everyone will suddenly start thinking that all the effort should go in support of Ukraine. There are also tensions between political and economic logics, and finally there are some industrial constraints. Some of them I have alluded in the beginning of the presentation. As I approach the last 1.5 minutes of my presentation, I just want to very briefly say that the fact that defense priorities are not aligned between different member states not only prevents an automatic increase in EU capacity and new capabilities, we can actually have some very important consequences that we should debate much more thoroughly. And the message is that as long as EU and member state priorities are not aligned, the risks of growing availability of military funds are considerable and should be more widely debated at the political level. And we have 6 of them. The first one is worsened fragmentation of the European industrial base. So this is already a reality today. And the existence and availability of more money, if not used in a coordinated fashion, has the risk of deepening this fragmentation. Secondly, competition between different European companies. So rather than seeing the economies of scale that we could anticipate, what we're starting to see is that there is competition between different European companies when it comes, for example, to acquiring raw materials and critical materials to produce types of weapons. Then there is a mismatch between operational needs and industrial supply. Fourth, challenges to the definition of a common strategic autonomy. So this is something that will be addressed afterwards. There is obviously also the risk of excessive militarization. I'll be happy to speak more about that if anyone has a question. But also, finally, there are some challenges for the grid transition. So defense industries are not known for being particularly green, let's put it like that. So these are some of the ideas that I wanted to bring to the table. I've reached my 15 minutes. I'd like to thank everyone for the invitation to be here. I look forward to the discussion. And feel free to reach out in the breaks, over email, follow me on Twitter, etc. Thank you.
Great management of time, fantastic. Extremely informative presentation and also analytically very interesting. So I guess we will have a few questions from the audience. Is anybody willing to ask a question on this specific topic? Simultaneously specific, but also quite encompassing. There's one question in the audience? Yeah. Is there a microphone or we don't need one? Yeah. Right here. Thank you. No other questions? I will ask after this one.
Hello. hello everyone. Thanks the people on the table. My name is Igor. I'm doing international relations second year. My question is the Dr. Bruno. What is the benefits of the increase of the defensive knowledge from Portugal? Could have been for NATO or the European Union. The benefits of the increasing budget, like of the budget, can increase for Portugal. Like Portugal is far away from Russia or China, so increasing the budget for Portugal, on my point of view, will not bring a lot of benefits for NATO or thanks.
Hello, my name is Artur. I'm from the third year of International Relations, and I'm also one of the organizers of the event. So thank you for being here with us. And I also wanted to ask Professor Bruno Martins. So, how does the excessive militarization that is going on in Europe or European Union, if more specific, relates directly to this? The turbulent relation that is now going on with NATO and the fears of Europeans in general. So you think that excessive militarization is not only a direct effect from Russian invasion, but also the fear of not having the possibility of having the United States helping Europe in the future? So thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Eduardo. I'm also in the third year of the International Relations Bachelor's. My question is also for Dr. Bruno. So from what I gathered, one of the biggest problems that I saw in this topic is the lack of coordination between European countries in terms of defense budgets and military spending. And I wanted to ask if these efforts to create a European military organization that, well, not necessarily excludes the US, but is primarily focused on Europe, if the doctor believes that that would help with coordination, if in your research you've noticed that there is an actual more recent effort to make this come to fruition. And I think that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, please.
Okay, good. Yes, I'll try to be brief, even though all of these questions could go to, another 15-minute presentation. So I didn't fully understand your question on whether, how Portugal could benefit from that, or how NATO or the EU could benefit from an increase from Portugal. So I'll answer both. Portugal benefits because the security of defense of Portugal is fundamentally intertwined with the defense of Europe within a NATO context. So this has always been like this. This is, I would say this is the main vector of Europe, of Portuguese defense strategy. There is no Portuguese national defense without NATO, without the EU. And this basically means that something that is a problem for Europe needs to be understood also as a problem for Portugal. That's how I understand it. This has basically been the political consensus in Portugal for several decades. And so Portugal benefits from contributing to the different initiatives that exist at the EU and at NATO level, and that has always been the case. So this is not something that started over the last 2 years. Portugal participates in many CSTP missions. There are Portuguese people leading some of these missions. Portugal participates in PESCO projects. So kind of Portugal has always been willing to develop its own defense strategy through the EU and through NATO. But how can Portugal contribute? Of course, from my perspective, Portugal should not, as a country that has a relatively low budget for defense issues, Portugal should not focus on acquiring the latest military gadgets, the latest equipment. Should try to create conditions that it has capable armed forces. I think that the increase of available funds should go to reforming the military, the armed forces in Portugal rather than just acquiring a lot of equipment. So this would be my short question. Regarding excessive militarization, I think that there are two dimensions here. So you referred to one. So how can we talk about excessive militarization when Europe seems to be vulnerable, not only to a Russian threat, but particularly when we see the possibility of a new Trump administration that will most likely further disengage from NATO. And of course, this is a real concern that a lot of people in Europe have been working on. The reason why I bought excessive militarization had to do with an industrial setup, basically meaning that when we talk about cutting-edge technologies that have a military application, the cutting-edge knowledge today is not in the military sector, it's in the private and commercial sector. So kind of if you want to get, the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, you don't go to a big defense company, you go to Google and to OpenAI and other companies like that. This means that a lot of the research that on dual-use technologies is emerging in the civilian and commercial sector. And if suddenly there is a lot of money for military industries and for military equipment, some of this money can translate into the commercial sector, and there is a risk of further militarizing science and technology. But this is a very long discussion that we cannot have now for time constraints. Regarding lack of coordination, very briefly, yes, there are a lot of initiatives when it comes to, for example, a new European program to coordinate the acquisition and the production of ammunition, for example. This builds on previous EU programs that precisely try to bring coordination and cooperation between different countries, and one of them is PESCO. But if you analyze, for example, the results of PESCO over the last 6-7 years, they are highly insufficient, and a lot of people will say that coordination problems have not been resolved.
Thank you very much. Really shows how this topic is a politically government topic, and that's one of the perspectives I try to do some things with my students, so it was great presentation. Thank you so much. So we go now to our second speaker today, Alexandra Kuinovon. You really are an example on how there are no boundaries on the topics and policies. This can be also a women's interest. So it's great to have you here as a woman.
É uma forma de dimensão da conexão, de criar uma determinação daquela cultura. O que é isso? Não está.
Looks like we're having a technical delay. All set?
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me well, even though it is if you do. Great, perfect, thank you. Once again, hello everyone, esteemed colleagues, friends, students. First of all, I would like to thank Secretary for this kind invitation to attend this very important event, and I'm honored to be part of this panel, and I hope that I will share with you, I'll be able to share with you my knowledge and experience, and also hope that this will inspire you to join armament and disarmament community in the future. So as it was already mentioned, my name is Alexandra Kulova, and I am a researcher with the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. At UNITIR, I'm conducting research on military spending, security spending, and also on the linkages between arms control and development. And prior to UNITIR, I worked also, as already mentioned, with the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. I worked with issues related to arms transfers, mainly international transfers of major arms. I also worked with issues related to defense budgets, and I was collecting and analyzing data on arms sales by the largest arms producing companies. So my presentation today, towards a comprehensive security approach to military spending, will expand on some of the aspects mentioned by Ilona, so thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And I will try to focus on several aspects. I would like to address the issue of military spending, as I mentioned, and its opportunity cost. So while we talk about the increases in military budget, we should also speak of what are we missing out by allocating so much money to the militaries. And I will also try to tell you the brief history of the conversation that has been happening within the international community and the United Nations on military spending reductions and what we have now. And I will also try to propose new perspective on the issue, namely developing a more comprehensive approach to security to support not only state security but also human security. I also hope that my presentation today will continue to the UN efforts for disarmament education, because we want to support junior and emerging professionals. And well, you are all the future of international relations, and I really hope that our presentation today will once again encourage and inspire you to dive into these issues further. A few words about UNITIR, in case you want to apply for internships with my workplace. So we work with armament and disarmament issues. It's a great institute to be at. We provide opportunities for internship that is paid, very important. So we have different programs within UNITIR, which is work with conventional arms and ammunition program. We also try to link gender issues and disarmament. We work with nuclear issues, and also we do work on the ground, so to speak. We're trying to help countries to exit from armed conflict. So now, when I promoted my workplace and I told you about myself, I would like to dive into the discussion on military spending. So there are three key messages that I would like to speak about today. So the first is about transparency. Military expenditure, military budget remains essential. I will explain you why. We could have a debate, we could argue about it, but please hear me out and see what I'm going to say. Then the second message that I would like to discuss today is that the nature of security threats is evolving. You also see what I'm trying to bring here, that nowadays we have military threats and also non-conventional, non-military security threats, namely hunger, poverty, climate change, so all this. And the third message that I would like to bring to the table is that we need to rethink security and military spending. So these issues are particularly important to address in the current security context, where the world faces many challenges, and as I mentioned, violent conflicts, wars, but also power, hunger, climate change. So we're living in this unique, in a not so positive way, time when we need to deal with so many security challenges. I would like to provide you with a definition of military spending. What I noticed by giving presentation or speaking to students or even speaking to colleagues, that sometimes military spending or military budgets are thought that it's something related to arms procurement or arms imports or arms exports, but it's not necessarily about this. So if I will define you what military spending is, so there are several items that are included in state military budgets or spending on the military purposes. So first of all, spending on the personnel. Here we talk about the salaries of military personnel and of the armed forces. And we should know that when we talk about military budget, the largest part of military budget normally goes to the salaries. This is very important. So it doesn't go to arms procurement, for example. Then we also have, in the definition of military spending, also include spending on different ministries. In addition to defense ministry, it could be strategic forces, for example, or even paramilitary forces, if paramilitary forces are involved in the military activities. Then we also speak about operations and maintenance. Here we could speak about arms procurement, because when you got a weapon, then you need to do some service work for this weapon, so maintenance should be included also in the defense budget. And of course, we talk about research and development, because many countries, as we also mentioned, try to develop or improve their industrial base to produce certain weapon systems. So this is also included in the definition of military spending. Prior to discussing the data that you see on the screen, I would like to mention that why I decided to speak about the definition of military spending is because when we speak about the categories of military spending, we can better understand how resource allocations within the military sector work and how it is linked to different aspects of peace and securities. For example, some spending on peace operations can be included in the defense budget. So the main goal of peace operations is actually supporting peace. So yeah, that's why talking about the definition items is quite important. But of course, in practice, it's not always working, because many countries do not open information about military budgets. And I think we are actually very lucky today, because today my former workplace, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, released its new data on military spending trends. So today at midnight they released the data. I updated my so I stayed up today and I updated my presentations with the later figures, so we can all see what is happening with military spending levels. As you can see, it's going up. It's going up. It's going up. This is the only sentence I can say. So global military expenditure has been rising, and is also expected to rise in the coming years, mainly because, also Bruno mentioned, many countries announced that they would like to increase their defense budgets due to the current situation in the world, and also many countries would like to invest in their military capabilities and military industrial base. For instance, I will not give you the name of the countries since it's broad overview. But anyways, so yeah, we probably should expect that in the coming years, military spending levels will go up. So war military expenditure increased, if you can see also in the graph that I borrowed from CPIP, for I think it was the 9th consecutive year, and it's reached, if I will give you the number, I think you will be shocked. In 2023, global military spending was $2,443 billion US. I personally cannot even imagine this number because it's so huge, but yet we have it. And I also should mention that probably the rises and increases in global military spending was attributed to conflicts, wars, and the geopolitical tensions in all the regions in the world. But if you want to measure the relative economic cost of the military on the country, then we shouldn't talk only about the numbers, because what do the numbers mean?
we should look at countries' military expenditure as a share of gross domestic product, so also known as military burden. So the global military burden is estimated to have rising from 2.2% of GDP, global GDP in 2023 to 2.3%, so it's exceeding the 2% mark in 2023. So yeah, which means that if we look at the global GDP, gross domestic product, GDP, then the share of military spending in this number was 2.3%, which is actually quite significant. So 2% is not that little. So discussion around military burden often raise concern about the opportunity cost of military expenditure, bringing up the question of whether reductions of military spending could release resources to finance security and development needs, or whether spending allocated to military can be used to address broader security risks. So when I mentioned that we'd like to discuss with you the question of opportunity costs, I just wanted to show you what else could be done with this money in addition to providing security. I'm not saying that defense budget cannot exist, of course they can. And to illustrate this issue, the slide that you can see on the screen shows the military spending facts in comparison with resources allocated on other global development purposes. For example, as I mentioned, you can see the number for global military spending in 2023, but you can also see the figure that the UN Peace Building Fund approved to support 36 states, and the difference is quite significant. And also you can see the figure for the official development assistance. This is the assistance provided by states to support developing countries to deal with different issues. And once again, you can see that the difference is quite significant. And well, of course, one of the indicators is sustainable development goals, and it was said a while ago that we need from 3 to 5 trillion per year to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030. But well, the results we will see, I guess, in 6 years. Yeah. So military spending reduction brief history. I will try to make it super short. There were many resolutions within the UN since the beginning about military spending reductions and the pluses and bonuses of it. Even recently, one of the UN documents called Our Common Agenda by the Secretary General mentioned once again that the military budget should be reduced and the money should be reinvested into the social and educational, for social educational purposes. But of course, it's we could talk about it, but once again, considering the current situation, it's really hard to talk about military spending reductions. Yet again, it is very important to talk about transparency in military spending. Perhaps I should just mention a few facts that the UN wanted to facilitate the discussions on military spending reductions by actually developing a transparency instrument. So the UN asked countries to submit their defense budgets to this instrument so the countries could be aware of what is happening with the resources allocated. And of course, you can ask, but why countries will submit this data? So I would say that there are so many pluses for increasing transparency in the military budgets, and all of the pluses and also minuses I mentioned on the screen. I will just briefly talk about the pluses. So first of all, it can build a mutual trust between the states, because research showed that if countries do not know what your rival is spending, then military spending levels can automatically increase. Because if you don't know what to expect from the country that you have a strategic competition with, then you will just think that your military spending levels should go up, so you can deal with your strategic enemy, I would say. And of course, at the national level, there are also many pluses, because we all, okay, maybe not you, because you're students, but we all pay taxes, and we would like to know how our taxes are being spent. So having the transparency in budget overall and in defense budget in particular is important for us to know that our money are going to different directions. So defense budget, but also education, healthcare system, etc., etc. So there are different prices on various levels. But as I mentioned, discussion on military spending reductions has evolved. So nowadays, perhaps it's not appropriate to speak about military spending reductions, as many states fear of threat and security perceptions are, well, security perceptions differ between the states. There are different conversations within UN and research community are happening. So one of the suggestions brought by the research community was to talk about not military spending reductions, but about rebalancing military spending. So to use parts that are ineffective within the defense budget and relocated to tackle other security threats, not only military threats, but also non-conventional, non-military threats. So we are currently at Unity work on security priorities and public spending project. So it is built ongoing discussion about the rebalancing between military security spending and human security. Well, the project aimed to improve the oversight and capability of security spending. And if we talk about security spending and not military spending, it means that we are talking about spending allocated to tackle different security threats. And we just launched this project. I hope it's going to be successful, but we have, of course, expected outcome and impact. So we hope to advance knowledge on best practices on the ways to increase budgetary transparency. And we also hope to strengthen parliamentary and civil society oversight of public resource allocations. Once again, it's important for us to know what countries spend their money on and what is happening with our taxes. And yeah, so we identified a few steps that we would like to follow. So the first step would be to identify and analyze states' national security priorities to see what countries prioritize in terms of the security. Then the next step would be to determine what resources governments have allocated to tackle or to support to tackle security threat or to support each security priorities. And then we will try to align security priorities with the budget and resources allocation to this. And I prepared in the end of my presentation, I'm so sorry for being a bit over time. I prepared discussion questions because, well, it's not only us who probably should answer your question, but also I would like to give you food for thought. So, and discussion questions are, is the debate on reductions in military spending useful and realistic? What do you think? And what role can we play in strengthening the process of effective allocation of public resources? And of course, is it the time to reassess national security spending and how we can do it? Thank you very much. I hope it was useful and clear for you, and I'm open for your questions. Thank you once again for the The last remark, my former workplace and my current workplace media will be having a webinar on new military spending trends. Please join in, it's going to be online. I will send you the link. Thank you.
For the presentation, it's great to have such updated graphs and information. Thank you for distinct important concepts as well, like security spending and military spending. Very interesting, very useful. So I do open the floor now. We have one question from Professor Alena.
Thank you very, very much for this amazing presentation. It's a pleasure to have you here. And also, we would like to say that we have very much focusing on your work. You're, of course, a celebrity in academic terms. We know about, obviously, your excellent work at CP. And we have here at the University of Minho are so enthusiastic that we have cited your work recently in an edited volume called Arms Threats in the Middle East. So thank you very much for not only your presentation, which was amazing, I think, very interesting for students. Thank you very much for the internship opportunity, especially paid. a paid research opportunity. I will make a dramatic pause here to just make sure that my students have been following me. I think they have. So thank you very much for this presentation. And also on a more serious note, I have a question regarding the balance between military and human security. I know it's a difficult question, and please feel free to, not to be very precise before answering that. My question is about civil-military fusion in China's foreign policy. So they have a very close cooperation between military and industry, and it's, I think, very easy to mask their actually military spending as a non-military spending. So how can we go about it? Because I think it's not only the Chinese trend, but maybe other countries. I know it's a difficult question, and I know it's maybe a tricky one, but I think that maybe hearing from you maybe is going to be most interesting than in other cases. Once again, thank you very much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we hope to cooperate in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody ready for the second question? Please go ahead.
Right, so we just saw the most recent data that indicates the increase of military spending, but we also saw the data about the funding allocated to achieving net zero emission economies. However, we know that the military industry is one of the most polluting ones, so it is a bit controversial to aim for a net zero scenario for the end of the decade if military spending keeps growing. So I have the sense that they are very controversial trends, and I would like to know your perspective about this, and if, in your opinion, is there even a way we can balance military spending with sustainable development without one compromising the other?
A third one, if it's short. Okay. Maybe your colleague that did not have a chance to ask. Yeah, in the back. Right there. Is another one here? I just saw one there. Yeah.
Hello, thank you for this amazing presentation. I wanted to ask regarding transparency. In realistic terms, how can, for example, countries that are more threatened because of the regional context or anything basically that makes them want to increase their military spending, how can a state do that and also prevent that data from also becoming a risk to the security of their own country and their population? Thank you.
Alexander, are you ready for questions from the hospital? Yeah. I'll try to have some time in the very end, okay, of our presentations.
Some more students requested.
Yeah, we agree with you because you already asked.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First of all, thanks for the great presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one on transparency. So I was wondering if you at the UN already seen transparency become less and less, you already seen less and less transparency in military expenditure and military budgets, and if you expect this to be a real issue in the years to come, considering all the events, all the wars that we are seeing. And the second question is about the Europe military spending, because if I'm not mistaken by the graph, the level of the military spending in Europe is pretty close to the one we had during the Cold War. And I was wondering whether that is real or is also a result of inflation.
maybe I would like to start with addressing the last question. It's asked about the inflation. Since I work with C3, I know how the data is being collected and how C3 analyze the data. So when they compare changes within the countries in one year, then they use current prices, so the prices that currently exist. But when they compare information for defense budgets from year to year or from different decades, for instance, they use information in constant prices. So it means that all the numbers are adjusted for inflation. So that is why I can confirm that all the data provided by C3 is carefully analyzed and calculated. So answering this, with regards to whether the level of transparency might decrease, then, well, since now I'm not working in collecting information with spending, I can just provide you my, just give you my personal opinion. I do think that the transparency in the budget will go down because of the current situation. Well, one example I give you is Russia. I'm from Russia myself, and I work with Russian budget a lot, and I know that nowadays it's really hard to find information that you could find a few years ago with regards to Russian military budget. So at least one country is decreasing the transparency within different budget lines. Then with regards to many questions. Yeah, I would try to yeah, the question on the Chinese military spending. Yes, the thing is that, well, that is why the UN created the instrument to ask countries to actually submit information. Whether it's information correct or not, it's not up to the UN to assess. However, of course, we do hope that countries provide information that will be relevant for the instrument. But what I can say, however, that if you look at the UN transparency instrument on military spending, you can see that the level of reporting is really, really low. But if you look at the data provided by CIPRI, well, they managed to find information for almost every single country, which means that there is just lack of political will, I guess, to provide this data. However, as I said, even though there is a trend to think that there are no military budgets available, actually there are. We just need to know where to find them, and we just need to make some effort to analyze also those budgets. And another question of it's a question about military spending. And transparency. Yes, yeah. So what I would like to say for all of you, that reductions in military spending could be a concern because of the reductions in state security. So states would not want to reduce military spending because they think that it's not secure. But what can we do in this situation? Perhaps we should increase our efforts to actually support arms control and disarmament efforts, because arms control is needed. I work with arms control as well. So arms control efforts are needed to actually create a peaceful society. So if we invest in arms control, then societies are becoming more peaceful. It means that we need less resources to allocate to the military. And once again, I'm not saying that military spending cannot exist. Of course, everyone has their strategic objectives, security perceptions, etc. But we do need to think carefully how we invest and where we, I'm saying, the states. We do need to be careful in thinking how the states invest their money, because let's say, it's blue sky thinking, but let's say in 10 years we will not have any conflicts, blue sky thinking, but then we would need, but for instance, another pandemic will break out, then we will need money to address those concerns. So, yeah, I encourage all the states to think about it clearly. And well, and all of you, of course, I hope that maybe at least a little bit interested in these issues, and perhaps you could dig into the implications and consequences of military spending. So, as I said, you're the future of international relations, we are the presence. Yeah, and if I forgot to address your questions, please come by after the discussion, and I will answer them. Yeah, transition. Yes, yeah, but I can. We can take we can discuss like this. Thank you.
So now we have our third speaker of the afternoon, Jonathan Anisetti. Thank you. Sorry, I cannot take all the questions. This is not easy to manage the time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the kind invitation, first of all. And today I'm going to talk about defense offset and the global arms trade, as you can see from the title. Now, I don't know many of you are familiar with defense offsets. Can I have a show of hands if you ever heard of them? No? Okay. So, no worries, because in a brief overview, I'm going to provide you with a definition of defense offsets, and we'll see what they are, where they come from, and also why I think they are here to stay. So, defense offsets, although are obscure and pretty secretive business, are a big part of the global arms trade. In fact, most estimates consider them to be about half of the global arms trade. And the shortest definition available is perhaps this one. They are technological and industrial compensation to states for buying foreign weapons. What does it mean? Basically, states, when they buy foreign weapons, are not just happy with procuring the weapons themselves, but they ask for additional benefits. And foreign suppliers have to commit to these additional benefits because they operate in a buyer's market. So a market where supply exceeds demand. And this enables buyer states to have a lot of bargaining power to extract these additional benefits. There are several types of offsets, but they mostly divide into direct and indirect ones. So basically, direct offsets are technological industrial benefits that derive from the weapons being transferred. So let's say you are procuring a fighter aircraft and you demand direct offsets. You are demanding perhaps some technology that is incorporated into the fighter aircraft. Whereas if you are dealing with indirect offsets, this in turn divides into defense-related and civil-related. So you can ask the supplier, the fighter aircraft supplier, perhaps to provide some other technologies they develop in different fields. Let's say this company also produces military helicopters. Perhaps you can ask the company to move production of rotary wings in the country. Or you can have the company investing in some civil research facilities or subsidizing some civil business you have in your country. So I'll give you a couple of concrete examples. The first one is US Lockheed Martin. Is very recent, so all these examples are from the last couple of months. US Lockheed Martin has agreed to, is already collaborating actually with a Swiss company, Mercury Mission System, to establish software-defined radio technology and cryptology in Switzerland. And so basically it's transferring cyber warfare capabilities to Switzerland. And this particular investment, it's because it's a result of an offset agreement concluded in September 2022 against the Switzerland purchase of the F-35. And basically, Switzerland asked for 60% of offset, so basically 60% of the purchase price is invested back by Lockheed in Switzerland through a plethora of investments, some direct offsets, some indirect offsets, and this specific one, as you I guess you have surmised, is an indirect defense-related offset. Another example is Italian Fincantieri. You know, it's a big ship maker and produces both civil and defense naval vessels. It has recently agreed to a $32 billion joint venture with the Edge Group, which is a conglomerate of arms producers from the United Arab Emirates. And this joint venture, which will be based in Abu Dhabi, will co-produce with Fincantieri naval vessels for both civil and defense markets. Most striking even is that the intellectual property rights that defense companies are very jealous about will remain with the Abu Dhabi-based company. And Edge will hold a 50% majority stake. So Fincantieri, of course, would have never agreed to this joint venture if the United Arab Emirates were not a big market. So the Emirates committed to buy a lot of these vessels that this joint venture will produce, but they also agreed that this joint venture will basically supply other markets, and with Fincantieri focusing on Europe and North America, and Edge Group instead focusing on the global side, let's say. So non-NATO countries, Africa, the Middle East, and if possible, Asia and Oceania. These are just a couple of examples, but again, in the last couple of months, a lot have happened. Turkey's Ateşi is investing tens of millions of euros in a Congolese joint venture, which is actually a joint venture already between Congo and China, Congolese and Chinese company. And these will make munitions of various calibers locally, so for the Congolese market, first of all, but then also for other markets in Africa. Then we have Peru recently selecting Hyundai, South Korea's Hyundai industry as its preferred partner for the local production of naval ship, because of course Hyundai Heavy Industries offer to build these ships locally. And Swedish Saab is manufacturing portable rocket launchers, Carl Gustav and full weapon systems in India. Then we have Russia's Rosoboronexport that has offered to build unmanned vehicles and battery munitions in the Middle East. And finally, another example is Singapore, which has selected naval missiles for its own frigates that are co-developed by its own Singapore Technologies Engineering in collaboration with the Israeli aerospace industry. So this is just to give you an idea that around the world, many countries, when purchasing foreign weapons, they ask for something in addition. And foreign suppliers do provide that. So this, of course, creates a lot of technological and industrial cooperation, which, however, is very different from the cooperation that we were talking, for instance, before in Europe. So it's not cooperation that starts at the pre-development level, but oftentimes it's a cooperation that intervenes in a post-development and post-production phase. And this, of course, creates a lot of interesting developments because, of course, there is a big impact on the global supply chains. These are continuously reshuffled, let's say. So this is what happened in the last couple of months, but defense offsets have come from a long way. Basically, the first offsets that have ever existed are considered those demanded by Japan in 1870s. Basically, Japan purchased military ships from Britain, and Britain agreed to build two of them in Scotland, but the other two in Japanese shipyards. But then, since the second industrial revolution, since this specific case, offsets have spread globally. And now, close to 100 states have official and published offset policies. So basically, these are guidelines for foreign suppliers to know what the various states prioritize in terms of investments in this country. And those that do not have this formal offset policy often demand offsets or semantic equivalence. The most famous case is the United States. The United States, thanks to the Buy American Act, force, let's say, a foreign supplier to move production in the United States if they want to have a chance of selling to the US government. And why I believe that offsets are here to stay. So, we have mentioned the buyer's market. So I would say that the main factor behind the existence of offsets is this buyer's market. A buyer's market that I believe is still there, and these recent developments suggest that this is the case. But we have also talked about increase in military spending, so we may also suspect that in the years to come, defense offsets will become less important because this bargaining power that buyers have might diminish. And however, in fact, we have seen something different since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This, as we have talked about, has prompted European countries to increase defense spending, but it also spurred some of them to amend their offset policies to extract more industrial benefits from foreign procurement. In the months after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Czech Republic and Poland amended their offset policies exactly for this objective. And the war in Ukraine has also had Portugal thinking about reinstating some type of informal industrial participation from foreign suppliers. Now, Portugal abandoned, let's say, its offset policies in 2009, if I remember correctly. But I think a couple of months ago, no, actually not a couple of months ago, sorry, in May 2023, Jose Neves, who is the president of the Aerospace Defense Industry Association of Portugal, believes that Portugal will start asking this informal industrial participation from foreign suppliers, and he would like, I guess that was his point, since he's the representative of Portuguese defense industry, that local companies be more involved in the supply chains of original equipment manufacturers. So this was like an implicit request for involving Portuguese companies. So this is it. I think I finished it earlier than my time, and allocated time. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have some questions that I can ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You make my work easy, fantastic, on time. So I open the floor for questions. Okay. Student first, if you don't mind.
Thank you. I'm Joana. I'm a part of the organization of Colóquios, and I'm also a second-year student of International Relations here at the University of Minho. We've already spoken about transparency in defense budgets and how important it is that states are available to cooperate and give information regarding their defense budgets to international organizations. However, how do offsets impact the transparency of the defense sector, and how well equipped are states and international organizations to deal with the consequences of defense offsets, which I'm assuming make this matter more dubious and hard to understand and hard to deal with, essentially?
Sorry, can you repeat the second question?
Okay, so I'm interested in knowing how do offsets impact the transparency, and basically how how difficult it is to really deal with this matter, seeing as corporations are harder to control because they're private entities and not national or state entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, an outstanding presentation. It was an edge-cutting research indeed. We are very, very grateful that you brought it to us, and especially thank you for your generosity for sharing it with us. This is really last moment research, and this is very important because we sometimes tend to, sometimes recycle. Mersheimer and Walter are very important authors for international relations, but you have a real world significance, and you really very brilliantly brought it to our students, and I very much thank you for that. This opens a huge research agenda, also on the basis of your outstanding publication record. You are a publication hero. We are very grateful for you to have you here. Outstanding publications in recent and not very recent years. And I would like to ask a question. Me and Bruno Oliveira Martins, we have been part a very long time ago of a strategic partnership project. And we thought how to operationalize it for a long time. And this is an excellent way to operationalize a strategic partnership, by the way. Right? So when we think about strategic partnership, which is basically anything in the world, it can be economic, it can be military, it can be something else, I think this an offset is an excellent tool to operationalize a strategic partnership for a strategic partnership is not. Right? And my question is, based on your expertise, and again, just in case of Professor Alexandra Kumova, please feel free to push back. I would like to ask a question on China and Russia. How's it stands and what kind of offset? I know that's especially bad in terms of transparency between these two particular countries, but I would like to see what you think. And once again, outstanding research, very, very inspiring, and thank you for being here.
One more question there, two more, because I'm running out of time.
First, good afternoon to everyone. To say congratulations, I like the presentation. So, I just want to ask, what historical factors that contributed to emergence of deficit offset in Japan in 1870?
Yes, please. That's the last one.
Good afternoon. I'm Jose. I'm a student of international relations here in this university. I would like to ask, can offsets reduce dependency on foreign suppliers? Because after all, in case of industrial offsets, we are building industrial capacity and creating a specialized workforce. But or they hide dependency because after all, these foreign suppliers who are creating research and development, and I would like to ask what is the relation between offsets and dependency?
Thank you. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Very, very interesting. The first one was about transparency. Well, offsets have been criticized for many reasons. One of them is also they're also criticized because they are believed to encourage corruption, and so I think you also made that point. And that's certainly a way to see it. I would argue that they offer the opportunity for corruption, but they do not necessarily they're not necessarily the promoter for corruption. Corruption in defense procurement can happen at any point throughout the process. These offset guidelines that I talked about are published. So you can find them. So there is a degree of transparency. But in Europe, you may know, that we have the so-called procurement directive from the European Commission that was issued in 2009 and was very much against defense offset, tried to get rid of defense offsets in the single market. And as a result, many countries in Europe, rather than getting rid of defense offsets, made less than transparent. So in Europe we have this problem, but in a way we created this problem ourselves. And then, of course, there is a great deal of transparency when it comes to having the deal, because the foreign suppliers want to be seen as providing a lot of benefits, so they disclose a lot of information on the offsets they're ready to offer. And the buyers want to say, look, we are buying these very expensive weapon systems, but look at all the investments that we get in return. But then when the deal is finished, it's much harder to see whether these offset related to investment is actually providing benefits, either for defense capabilities or for economic development. So the transparency basically ends at the signature of the deal. And there was a question about the role of private companies also related to transparency. I hope that I answered that. So okay. Thank you for mentioning strategic partnerships, because in my PhD dissertation, which then became the book, I used strategic partnerships a lot, and basically in the offset literature, strategic partnerships have been, so basically some scholars have noted that there has been a trend in defense offsets moving from one-off arrangements to strategic partnerships. But I would say that the change is mostly rhetorical. Like they want to emphasize this strategic partnership, but it's not really a strategic partnership. You have the foreign supplier who is, generally speaking, has more advanced capabilities, and then you have the buyers who, by definition, doesn't have those capabilities, and so enters the strategic partnership as a minor entity. But you can also argue that, so the strategic partnership, I would say, is not optimal in terms of efficiency. So you have this imbalance. China and Russia, well, China demands offsets in a lot, without even calling them offsets, demand offsets in the civil sector as well. So if Airbus wants to sell passenger planes to China, he has to move production to China, he has to train local workers, and he has to repair the passengers, offer repair capabilities locally. And Russia doesn't demand offsets per se, because it simply produces its own stuff most of the time. And but you have some interesting agreements between Russia and Iran. You have this is another type of counter-trading offsets, but like over counter-trade in general. So you have this barter agreement between drones and jets, Russian jets in exchange for Iranian drones, and this involves also offsets. So basically, apparently, reportedly, we have the Russians agreeing to produce the jets locally, the Su-35 there. And then both countries use offsets a lot when they supply. So Chinese and Russian companies selling arms abroad use offsets a lot, and they have different, let's say, styles, but they make a large use of them. Japan, what are the motives that why Japan started demanding offsets? Because it wanted to modernize. That's the basic answer. So basically, saw offsets as an opportunity to modernize, And this was in line with his imperial role. He wanted to modernize economically, but also militarily, to meet the objectives of its own imperial agenda. And so he asked those that were the best producers of ships, military ships in the world at the time, so the Greeks, to provide this technology, so to help. And apparently it worked, because, as you know, in 1905, the Japanese destroyed the Russian fleet completely. Yes, sorry. Also dependency, if they can reduce dependency. That's another goal. So the Polish emphasize a lot this reducing dependency. So they argue that they want offsets basically to shorten supply chains, and that's in part true. So they can reduce dependency. They often use for that goal, but it worked. It depends. The literature argues that most of the time it doesn't work. There must be specific conditions for them to work, and these are generally that I think the buyer state must be already quite advanced to make use of offsets. It's difficult to build it on nothing. So you have already to have something in place. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you. It's great for the answers in such a short time with all these efforts. So thank you very much for your effort. And now we're going to complete the puzzle for this afternoon on the business of war with our chief inspector from the Speciale Antonio Pinto. It's a new level of analysis, I would say, to use your academic language. So thank you very much for your contribution to the panel. Well, thanks so much.
Thank you.
It's yours.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Antonio Pinto. I'm Chief Inspector of the Judiciary Police. I would like to begin to thanking to the Centro de Estudos de Cursos de Relações Internacionais, da Universidade do Minho, and also to the Colóquios for the invitation. I extend my most respectful greetings to all the members of this panel, the moderator, and special greetings to all of you that are here following the discussion. First of all, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation because some of the stuff that I'm talking about is not for being public as secret subjects. We have been offered an intervention on the subject of arms trafficking, so we'll do it from a national perspective, a national point of view. First, however, we must say that the arms trafficking is an activity that affects all the world and impacts society in different ways. Currently, it's a type of criminality that belongs to a short list of crimes that requires greater concern in the field of security, is a priority of policy, criminal policy, and also is a priority in the plans of and activities of police enforcement. Arms trafficking is a serious crime, especially when it's used as a way to exploit other crimes, including armed conflict, as we call, terrorism, crimes against people, and drug trafficking. Although arms trafficking varies significantly depending on the geographical context, we say that the most common way of carrying of this practice is with handguns or, as you want, light guns. Based on existing data, this will be the scenario that we have here in Portugal. The Portuguese legal system, in the Portuguese legal system, the legislator gave special concern, attention to this issue and classified it into organized crime. This classification is extremely relevant because offers to the criminal investigation the possibility to use exceptional methods to achieve or collect evidence. We are talking about searches, house searches during the night, house searches without the judicial authorization, phone interceptions, covert actions, voice and image recording, seizures of properties from criminal activity. In the criminal investigation, those are very relevant. And that's why the legislator gives us, in criminal investigation, some means to do that. In addition, the attention of the legislator was also engaged to the establishment of severe penalties provided to the possession and sales of those objects, arms, including legislation oblige the people that want to buy a gun to have a course, a civilian course, a civic course, if you want, to have that kind of permission. This nowadays is like so, but in the past was very different. A few years ago in Portugal, arms trafficking were mainly aimed at transformed arms. It was alarm weapons that were transformed in firearms. And we have it, most of them, they will come from Spain. And we have also other kinds of weapons that came from Switzerland. The law in Switzerland from the year 1999 was very light. So anyone who wants to buy a gun could do it, even in the public markets. Portugal at that time, and now we still have it. We have a lot of immigrants in Switzerland. So when they came to Portugal, when they returned to Portugal, they will have a backpack with a couple of guns, okay? Whether it's due to the geographical proximity, in case of Spain, or to the number of Portuguese immigrants, in case of Switzerland, the trade of illegal weapons into the national territory was quite limited at that time. Therefore, in 2006, the Portuguese legislation was published called the Weapons Law, the law with 5.2.2006, which tightened the rules for acquisition and possession of firearms. Through these rules, and because of the policy activity in this matter, during 2016 and 2020, police work led us to the seizure of more than 200,000 guns that were destroyed, illegal guns only. Nowadays, we estimate that we have in Portugal 1.5 million guns, registered guns. It's a lot of guns for us, but we are only 10 million. On the other hand, we don't have objective data to advance with the number of illegal arms. Although the Europol in Europe, they think we have more than 35 million illegal guns. Of course, this society globalization has facilitated the crime globalization also. So the fight against it requires also a global response. Nowadays, the organized crime investigations such as armed trafficking are no longer faced with the traditional family groups or of organized crime. Now we have informal and agile structures that aren't limited by the physical borders. This mobility requires the various states to cooperate in responding to this phenomenon. In the field of policing, Europol, in partnership with the various European states, has carried out fruitful work in this area. Even so, according to the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crimes, the UNODC, in Portugal, some of the individuals of this type of illicit market are hindering and avoiding police activities. We deal through the dark web to develop illicit, they deal through the dark web to develop illicit activities, and in other situations they use 3D printers technology to produce weapons. This is particularly important because in the airports or in the ports, they can step forward the X-ray machines with this kind of guns or pieces of guns. The 2023 Global Organized Crime Index pointed that Portugal is a transit country in the field of arms trafficking to Africa. They also refer to the use of the dark web, again, to establish the terms of business. They highlight the import of alarm weapons from Turkey or their acquisition in Slovakia, so that they can then undergo a modification process to put the alarm weapons to fire a mission. After that, they are dispatched to the African countries. The judiciary police, as a criminal force with the know-how of armed trafficking, has developed different investigations that they have led to the arrest of several suspects and, more important than that, to the seizure of hundreds of guns. A brief analysis to those individuals allow us to conclude that a significant number of them have legal qualifications to specific firearms. We are talking about sport shooters, collectors, or arms legal agent trades. They act because of a specific taste and knowledge about certain type of weapon, or in the other case, they do it only for profit. But we have also another group that are those individuals who dedicate themselves to this kind of practice. It includes individuals that only have one single objective, that is profit. They don't want to know why or what is the reason for anyone to buy a gun. They don't want to know who is the gun or what is the gun used for. They only want to care about profit, about money. In Portugal, both of those groups are extremely serious, and criminal investigation, we face them. But we cannot consider in Portugal that we have armed trafficking, huge amount of gun trafficking. We don't have a large quantity of weapons that are trading in the illicit markets. We consider that most of those illegal trades is about 1 or 2 weapons each time. So it's what we call arms trafficking in triples. However, it's still armed trafficking. And it demands the same repressive protection as mass trafficking. The danger exists whether it's one or two or several weapons. As I mentioned before, arms trafficking is a priority to the criminal police from 2023 to 2025. Therefore, the judiciary police will continue to invest in those kind of investigations, whether in these national realities or in those that may be related to existing military conflicts. That's another part of the problem. We are aware that the armed conflicts encourage the accumulation of weapons and threats, their lack of control. The end of these conflicts tends to ensnare an illegal exit of these weapons into the hands of criminals and insurgent groups, which operate both inside and outside those countries that are involved in conflict. Studies suggest that if the threat is not addressed proactively, the end of the conflict triggers an uncontrolled demand for the arsenal use that will be illegal trade and instrumentalized in the practice of another crime. In this context, I think it is necessary to consider international judicial and police cooperation as one of the goals of the action of criminal justice system to react to this type of threat. The truth is that nowadays, no criminal police force can deal with organized crime alone, because the high operational capacity and the use of complex organizational and functional models give organized crime, especially arms trafficking, a great mobility and ability to conceal and change reality. That's why the effort and participation of all is important in this struggle, which the Academy cannot miss. So, congratulations by the initiative. That's it.
Thank you very much. It was really a different perspective. They all complement each other. Let's follow our scheme for the day. A couple of questions.
Well, thanks again. You talked about arms, but when it comes to technology, for example, we have the war in Russia, and we see, like, for example, drones using Occidental chips or technology. This could be also related to arms trafficking, since Europe and United States is working together, and they following sanctions over Russia. So the question is going to be for the table, since there could be like a lack of transparency from the companies that produce those technology, or also what is the offsets behind those rates from the Russia and the companies. So could be technology, also arms trafficking.
So I give you the floor probably, and maybe what I suggest to you with your question is that you might find some time in the break to discuss directly, if you don't mind. Time is comes. Any other question that I could add to this one? No? Right there? Real quick, please.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. I found it very interesting. I would like to ask you, what could Portugal do to reduce arms traffic? Do you think that reducing bureaucracy could be bureaucracy of the possession of weapons could be the way to it? And what I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to ask anyway. What role does the European Union have in this bureaucracy, and if you can reduce the bureaucracy regarding that we are part of the European Union? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So please.
So first of all, I don't remember your name, but technology by our civil law, it's not trafficking, arms trafficking. So if you have a drone, only a drone, it's not an arm. Could be if you could put in the drone something that could be used as a weapon, you know. But just a drone, it's not a weapon. It's not arms trafficking if you want to trade it. About Portugal, the question of Portugal, reducing the arms trafficking. In 2006, by the initiative of the European Parliament, we adjust our law. And nowadays, we have a lot of instruments that we can use. Criminal investigation, we can use to reduce the arms traffic. But it's not easy, because some of those guns that are without registration, they are in the possession of people that have permission to have some type of gun. I make myself understand. If I am imagine a shooter in the club, I have permission to buy 1, 2, or 3 guns. But most of the cases, what I was told earlier, most of the cases we can see that that kind of people, instead of having 5 or 6 guns registered, has a lot of them that are not registered. An example, without give you a lot of details, in 2020, we developed an investigation nearby Braga, and we seized about 97 guns that were not registered. About 35 of them were in the possession of one single individual. That he had permission to have 5 guns, but it's something that we cannot explain. It's like if you like cars, you know everything about cars, you know everything about bikes, they know everything about guns. If there's a gun that has one specific thing, they will buy it. If they don't have permission, they will buy it anyway. And the problem, the main concern is when that people wants to sell that gun. Because if it's not registered, he cannot sell it in the legal way. So he doesn't need to choose the people that is going to buy that gun. That's why some of them are used in the practice of other crimes. This is the main concern nowadays in the criminal investigation regarding the arms trafficking. Regarding the UE paper and the reduction of bureaucracy, well, as I said, we have our law in 2006. We only adjust that law by the directive of the European Union. So they have a plan and the plan is on the table. Each country should apply that plan. If the country do it in 100% or in 50% is up to us. I think our law nowadays, it's just not only for the criminal investigation, but also for people that lie and that have guns. Because it's a specific market. I don't know if any one of you can understand the taste, I don't know if it's the best word, of someone that likes guns. They know every kind of specification of guns. They know who is selling the gun. They know the way to buy the gun without that permission. They act in the world that they are the most informed people, unless the police authorities or criminal investigation can prevent that. And nowadays, our concern is prevention.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on the issue of technology that you asked, because obviously a drone is not a weapon per definition, but a drone can be treated as a dual-use technology. And so the way that we understand what constitutes a weapon is also something that is in flux. And there are different regimes regarding the exports of weapons. For example, the Wassenaar Agreement, for example, that binds together many countries, in which there is an annex to the agreement with a list of technologies that should be forbidden. And in the case of drones, there are some components of the drones that are parts of that list whose exports need to be controlled, but others are not. So what constitutes a weapon in this period of rapid technological transformation is also something that is in flux.
And then you have some regional business issues on that. Yeah. In the beginning. One in the beginning of it. Okay, thank you very much. So I know you need your break for the very promising next session with our keynote speaker of today. I think, I don't know whether you agree with me, the keyword, the concept, the idea that I get from this demo today is cooperation. How difficult it is, how challenging it is, and how it is, and we have that perspective from different levels of our analysis, the national, the international, the European. So I just have to thank you all for this opportunity to know more about the topic, and I'm sure you did encourage our students to follow up on these issues. Thank you very much.
Só para avisar que agora estamos a intervalo de 20 minutos e às 5 temos um keynote speech do Andrew Feinstein. Espero que estejam todos cá para ser bastante interessantes. Obrigado. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we're going to have our keynote speech from Andrew Feinstein. He's the author of the critical claim, The Shadow World Inside of Global Arms Trade, which reveals the corruption and malfeasance at the heart of the global arms business, both formal and illicit. The book is in its 10th edition across a number of languages. The Shadow World was shortlisted for Alan Platten Prize for non-fiction and was turned into a documentary feature film that was awarded Best Documentary Feature at the Edinburgh International Film Festival, the Valladolid International Film Festival, and the Belgian Ensor Award. Andrew was an ANC Member of Parliament in South Africa for over 7 years, where he served under Nelson Mandela. He served on the Finance and Public Accounts Committees and as a Deputy Chair of the country's Audit Commission. He is currently Executive Director of Shadow World Investigations, formerly Corruption Watch UK, an NGO that details and exposes the impact of bribery and corruption on democracy, governance and development, predominantly, but not exclusively, in the global arms trade, and in the process known as state capture, and an investigative writer, broadcaster, campaigner, and speaker. His upcoming books include one of the corruption trial of former President Jacob Zuma of South Africa, in which Andrew is a witness, and the book of Yemen and Gaza highlight how the West enables, facilitates, and profits from genocide and war crimes. And editing an introductory volume on the global arms trade with contributors from across the globe. I'll now give the word to Andrew, and I hope all of you enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, a huge thank you for the invitation. It is really an honor to be at an event when South Africa had its first democratic elections. I was sent on our first external mission as the new ANC-led government. And we went to the United States of America, and we decided symbolically to visit Atlanta, Georgia as our first stop. And the reason for that was because Atlanta was home to Martin Luther King Jr., who was a huge inspiration for our struggle against apartheid in South Africa. So we arrived at the airport. What I didn't know was that Atlanta is also the global headquarters of the Coca-Cola Corporation. So the mayor of Atlanta at the time was a former professional basketball player. And he greeted us at the airport because this was an important first visit by the ANC-led government. Now, for someone of my height, I'm not a very tall person, as you can see. And in a politician, you're quite aware of that, or in what Al Gore would describe as being a recovering politician, is once you've been a politician, but you're no longer a politician. So the mayor of Atlanta, who to me seemed to be about 8'10", gave a little welcome speech. But he gave the speech from behind a lectern that was an illuminated can of Coca-Cola. And when he finished his speech, my boss, who I was traveling with, who was a man called Tokyo Safwala, said to me, "Andrew, I'm very tired from our trip. You just go and say thank you to the mayor." So I walked round up the steps of the Coca-Cola can, and I said a few words or something. And I walked back down and I said to my boss, "Chief, was that okay?" And he sort of looked at me and he said, "What you said was okay." The problem was all we could see sticking out of an illuminated Coke can was the top of a very sweaty, bald head. And I think it's probably since then that I prefer not to speak behind anything. The second apology that I have to make is that, like the Chief Inspector, I am not going to give you a PowerPoint presentation either. That's partly because I'm not an academic and I'm a bit rubbish at PowerPoint as a consequence. And because the way in which we produce our materials is very different. So Miguel mentioned the book. This is the book, although this is quite a shortened form of it in that the publishers in the latest reprint have made it a bit smaller. So the writing has got very tiny. The book isn't actually as long as that. There are just under 3,000 footnotes. And that was the only way we managed to publish this book. It was the first book published on the global arms trade since 1979, when it first came out at the end of 2011. And I'll explain the reasons for that to you. So every single statement we made in the book, we had to give a footnote to the relevant documents or to the sources that we'd used for that information, because otherwise we would have landed up in jail. Because the people involved in the global arms trade are very litigious. They like to sue people who say anything bad about them because they believe that they do great good in the world. The second thing that we do is we make films, short films, longer films. And as Miguel mentioned, a documentary was made of the Shadow World film. And if I'm not completely technologically incompetent, I will show you a 2-minute trailer of the film. Now, the guy at the beginning, who when I showed this film in townships in South Africa, everybody thought was me, but he's actually an arms dealer. And these interviews were done when he was on the run in Switzerland, because he'd been sentenced to 7.5 years in jail in Portugal for a very corrupt arms deal he did between Poland and Portugal. And he had fled when he was out on appeal. So the final interview in the film, I actually filmed with this guy in jail just outside Lisbon.
I've got nothing against money. I don't mind paying bribes to politicians. The thing about politicians is that they're very much like prostitutes, but only more expensive.
The heads of government are the salespeople-in-chief of their country's large arms contractors.
For the last 50 years at least, policy has been made based on the assumption of greed. And it's ruined the world.
This very phrase, war on terror, is nonsense. It's like saying a war on war. You're slipping into this possibility of kind of perpetual war.
The national security state not only seeks a perpetual state of war, it will even go to all ends to create that.
I made them actually look like a bunch of schoolboys.
But it destroys diplomacy. It destroys the will to diplomacy, and it destroys the skill for diplomacy.
Bombs, they're like for munitions, that's what, sell by that. You gotta get rid of it.
Blair came to South Africa to lobby the BAE, the British weapons manufacturer, won the biggest contract, $10 billion. Quite scarce public resources on this weaponry that we didn't need. And this is the template around the world.
BAE channeled international covert payments all over the world to the local politicians.
Seems to be a very expensive way of organising bribe payment. Might as well cut out the military equipment and just hand out the money.
It's the disease of permanent war that destroyed the Middle East. Islamic fundamentalism.
Companies are not only sort of part of the government, but they're effectively above the law.
It's okay to kill from a distance without a warrant, without a trial, without a jury, and the execution takes place on screen.
Once you start a war, you open a kind of Pandora's box.
box. You don't control it, it controls you. And it propels you in directions you never thought you'd go.
To show you how we do stuff. Actually, my department uses Monday.com.
So that gives you a flavor of what I do. I have no idea, when you still go to some countries and you have to fill in a form when you arrive at the airport and they say to you occupation, I really don't know what to put. And the only time I figured it out is once my daughter, who was then 12, came with me to a speech I was giving in Norwich in England. And I made her sell books because we always sell books at our events. And afterwards I signed the book. So on the way driving back to London, she said to me, I've never understood what you do for a job, but now I do. You sign books. Which is fair enough, but it doesn't really count as an occupation. Valentina, at the beginning of the day, mentioned that there has probably never been a more important time to be talking about the business of war. Ukraine, Sudan, Yemen, Gaza, and a number of other smaller conflicts that barely make the media. The reality is that tens of thousands of innocent people are being killed. And a very tiny global elite are making tens of billions of dollars out of it. And while it might make sense to some people, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to talk not about defense and national security in the broader sense that the panel have been talking about, but I'm going to talk about one very specific aspect of it, the global trade in weapons, how it functions, and its consequences for the world. Because I believe that, in fact, a big part of what it does is to undermine domestic and international rule of law, to corrode our democracies, and in the process, destroying our environment. Now, to give you an indication of how the trade works, I'm going to tell you how I came to do this work. So as Miguel mentioned, I was incredibly fortunate to serve in South Africa's first democratic parliament under Nelson Mandela. I got involved in the ANC, Mandela's political organization, when it was still a banned, illegal organization. I was involved in an underground structure of the organization that was involved in a liberation struggle to end the system of racism that we called apartheid. My role, because I was only one of 3 people in the organization who had any background in economics or finance. So I would draft all of the financial legislation that governed how we spent public money after 1994. And then I ran the main financial oversight committee. And a report came to my committee about the fact that as Nelson Mandela retired from politics, his successor, a man called Thabo Mbeki, decided to spend $10 billion on weapons. Weapons that we didn't need and that we have barely used until today. And this was in 1999. So why did we do it? Well, the extraordinary thing is at our constitutional negotiations that led to our first democratic election in 1994, there were people there who we knew didn't belong to the political parties, didn't belong to the facilitating team of which I was a part, because they were just too well dressed. They were actually senior executives of the world's largest arms companies.
And they were trying to persuade the people they knew were going to constitute the next government that not only was spending billions and billions of dollars on weapons, a great way to keep the white generals who were opposed to democracy in our country, to keep them happy. It was also a very, very useful way to fund our political party, the ANC. So on this deal, about $350 million of bribes, conservatively estimated, were paid to 3 of the 6 cabinet ministers who made the decision about what equipment we were going to buy and who we were going to buy it from. To the head of our defense force, to the head of procurement or buying in the defense force, to executives in our state arms company, and about 40% of the bribes went to our political party, the African National Congress. So this deal was really the point at which this extraordinary new democracy, which had so much hope under Nelson Mandela, lost its moral compass. Our defense minister, Joe Modise, who had been head of our armed struggle when the ANC was in exile, and it had been a very terrible armed struggle, we were very bad at it, was known to be very corrupt even back in those days. Everybody knew he'd be our first defense minister. He signed the deals with the 5 arms companies that won contracts the day he left office. The next week, he was announced as the executive chair of an arms company that no one had ever heard of before. That arms company won over 323 million rand worth of offset contracts from BAE Systems, the British arms company, which was then the 3rd largest arms company in the world. The only offset they delivered was a condom factory. There was one delivery of condoms from that factory. And it was a good idea, the condom factory, because South Africa was living with HIV and AIDS at the time. But there was only one delivery of condoms from the factory before it just closed down. And unfortunately, they took the instructions for the condom and they stapled them to the actual condom. It was simply a way of paying bribes to our defense minister. And it's a big problem with offsets generally. It's not just the lack of transparency, which was asked by someone here, but it's also about the way in which offset contracts are used to pay bribes. It's effectively a form of laundering bribes. So while there are economic benefits and other benefits, technology transfer, etc., unfortunately, the role of offsets in corruption is a very, very real problem. I think, though, that the most important point about that arms deal was not only that it very early on corroded South Africa's young democracy, but also the socio-economic opportunity cost of that deal. Because at the time that Thabo Mbeki, our president, decided to spend $10 billion on these weapons, he told the 6 million people in South Africa living with HIV or AIDS that we couldn't afford to provide antiretroviral medication to keep them alive. As a consequence, according to a study done at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard, over just the next 5 years, over 165,000 South Africans died avoidable deaths from HIV and AIDS. Over 32,000
100,000 babies a year, every year for those 5 years, were born HIV positive. Because we couldn't afford mother-to-child transmission treatment, but we could afford $10 billion for weapons that we've never used. Now, at the time that my committee started investigating, I didn't realize the extent of what had gone on. And I honestly thought that we, as a new democracy, as a group of political activists and so-called freedom fighters who had come into government, that we were just stupid or naive, that we'd been taken for a ride because of our own stupidity. But what I discovered, for instance, on the one contract which BAE won, which according to the London Metropolitan Police, they paid £115 million of bribes in order to win a contract that they weren't even shortlisted for, because they didn't meet the technical specifications of the Air Force. And what they offered cost 2.5 times more than the jet that the Air Force actually wanted. At that same time, BAE Systems and Tony Blair were paying over £1 billion of bribes in 7 other additional countries. And this is a fundamental problem of the global trade environment. It accounts for around 40% of all corruption in all global trade, which is an extreme amount of money if you think about the nature of global trade in natural resources, in financial services, in pharmaceuticals. 40% of all corruption. And if you want to talk about the methodology of where that figure came from, I'd be very happy to do that. So why is this trade in particular so corrupt? There are a number of reasons, and I'm just going to give a few very quick and slightly superficial ones. First of all, the trade accounts for a very small number of deals every year that are worth a very large amount of money. So South Africa's contract, $10 billion. Second of all, very few people are involved in the process of deciding what to buy and who to buy it from. It's usually a few technical experts and a few powerful people politically. Thirdly, the companies, the people who actually make the weapons, are very, very close to their governments. In some instances, the state actually owns the companies or owns a significant percentage in the company. In other cases, where they're privately listed companies, like BAE Systems or Lockheed Martin in the US, they are still treated as though they are part of government. And finally, and most importantly, everything that happens in an arms deal happens behind a veil of national security imposed secrecy, which is why so little is written about the shadow world of the global arms trade. In addition to which, because of the close affinity to the political process and to those in power, there are very seldom any legal consequences for what happens to the arms in these deals. So, for instance, we calculated, as of 2011, when the book first came up, there had been 502 recorded violations of UN arms embargoes. 502. 2 of them resulted in any investigation whatsoever. And only one of those resulted in a conviction of an arms dealer who, when I interviewed him, said, the fine that I was paid was like pocket change by comparison to the $158 million profit I made on the deal. So there are no consequences. If we look at the most corrupt commercial transaction in history, which you won't be surprised to hear, was an arms deal. An arms deal between Great Britain and Saudi Arabia, in which £6 billion of bribes were paid. 1.5 billion pounds of bribes were paid to the Saudi ambassador to the United States of America. His father happened to be the defense minister of Saudi Arabia at the time. And in case that wasn't enough, BAE Systems also gave him, as a birthday gift, a Boeing 707 for his own personal use, painted in the colors of his favorite American football team, the Dallas Cowboys. He'd supposedly seen their cheerleaders at an airport in Texas and thought the team was great. Sure, it had nothing to do with the cheerleaders. But in addition to that, it's very important to understand that there were also bribes that were paid in Britain, the selling country. So the chief executive of BAE Systems was gifted by one of the intermediaries, one of the arms dealers, 2 apartments in Mayfair in central London, worth £6.5 million each in the 1980s. The son of the then Prime Minister, Mark Thatcher, was paid £12 million. And when I asked an MI6 agent who had worked in his mother's protection detail why Mark Thatcher was paid this bribe, he said, I don't know. Maybe for carrying his mother's handbag on trips to Saudi Arabia to sign the deal. But most importantly, enormous amounts of money go to the political parties in the selling countries. So the main arms dealer on this transaction, a guy called Wafiq Saeed, gave hundreds of thousands of pounds in donations every year, for years and years after the deal, to Margaret Thatcher's Conservative Party. And therein lies an incredibly important dimension of this trade. Of course, it's about geopolitics. It's about defense and national security. But unfortunately, given the reality that the defense companies have been the biggest funders of political parties in so-called Western democracies since the end of the Second World War, there is another very important dimension. And that is the way in which these huge bribes from this trade oils the wheels of our political systems in Western democracies. To the extent that it even led an American journalist, Greg Palast, to describe the situation with Lockheed Martin in the United States as Lockheed Martin ensuring that we have the best democracy money can buy. And it's not just the political parties who are bribed, it's the individual politicians. So Tony Blair, involved in the South African deal and in numerous other deals with BAE Systems, has earned at least £110 million personally since leaving office from his work with British and American arms companies. So decisions he makes while in office are then paid for once he's out of office. I could go through a list of other prominent politicians, most of whom you are too young to remember. People like Dick Cheney, the Vice President of the United States of America, Helmut Kohl, the Chancellor of Germany, Benjamin Netanyahu, who some of you might have heard of, the current Prime Minister of Israel, who one of the reasons he was so keen before the reprisals on Gaza for what happened on the 7th of October, to get the judges in Israel effectively muted in the power they had over the political process, was because in addition to 3 counts of paying money to media companies to give favorable coverage to his political party, he is facing 8 cases of personal corruption in relation to arms deals between Israel and Germany. So it is this arrangement between politicians, their political parties, defense companies, their senior executives, military and intelligence leaders, many of whom go straight into the defense companies once they finish their term in the military or in the intelligence, earning money, again, for favors they did for these companies while they were in office. And this is essential to understanding the impact of the arms trade on our world. So, the other thing that's really important to remember is that this corruption isn't just about corrupting our political systems, our legal systems. It also corrupts our defense and national security systems. The most obvious example, the F-35 fighter jet, which is the most expensive weapons system that has ever been produced in the world. It has cost the American taxpayer over $2 trillion before the first F-35 was produced. But just over 2 years ago, the Inspector General of Defense in the United States of America issued a report stating that the brains, the combat suite of the F-35, is not fit for purpose. And they have to start again. But by this time, 25 countries have bought F-35s, spending billions and billions of dollars. So we're actually utilizing this money, even if one takes a fairly narrow national security paradigm, and not making ourselves any safer. The fact that the Pentagon gets charged around $6,000 for a hammer that can be bought at a hardware store inside the Pentagon, because the Pentagon is almost a little city on its own in America, and it has hardware stores amongst other things. The military could actually go and buy their hammers for $6, but instead they pay defense companies or get charged by defense companies $6,000 for an ordinary hammer. But for me, it is really important, the impact that the arms trade, that our approach to defense and national security is taking, is the extent to which it undermines, both domestically and internationally, the rule of law. And why do I say that? Well, in the United Kingdom, where I live, arms export control laws have what are called a set of criteria. And officials are supposed to ensure that before an arms export is agreed, those criteria are met. Now, one of those criteria is that there shall not be an arms export of British weapons to a country that is involved in a conflict where the sale of those weapons will make it more likely that civilians could be killed or injured in that conflict. Now, on that basis, I do not understand how Britain can be in accordance with its own laws and still provide weapons to Saudi Arabia, which has been involved in a conflict in Yemen for over 9 years now, where tens of thousands of innocent civilians have been killed, not as collateral damage in the wrong place at the wrong time, but intentionally targeted homes, places of worship, hospitals, economic infrastructure. And then, of course, the situation in Gaza, where over 33,000 people have died in what the International Court of Justice, the highest court in the world, that rules only on one crime, what is described as the crime of crimes, genocide, has said there is a probable risk, in other words, there is prima facie evidence that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. But yet, 3 times a week, an RAF transport plane takes off from an RAF base in Cyprus and takes the very bombs and missiles and spare parts for the planes that are dropping them to Israel. Now, I don't believe that that is in accordance with the international rule of law. I'm not a lawyer, but from what I see on my screen every morning, from reading South Africa's submission to the International Court of Justice, it seems very clear to me that both in terms of intent and conduct, that Israel is committing genocide. How our countries can be providing weapons in the commission of that genocide and still according with our own domestic arms export laws. And this is notwithstanding the clear violation of the International Arms Trade Treaty that was passed at the UN in 2014, of the EU Common Position on Arms Exports, and of international humanitarian law. But that is what is happening as we sit here. The reality is that we have decided that if you are our political ally, be it Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, or Israel, you can effectively do what you want. And unfortunately, the consequence of that is an international system of chaos and anarchy, rather than a rules-based system. Because how can we call out Russia for its illegal invasion of Ukraine and for crimes we've seen committed in Ukraine by Russian forces, if we allow Saudi Arabia to do the same thing in Yemen, if we're allowing Israel to do the same thing in Gaza and to a lesser extent the West Bank? Alexandra, in her presentation, spoke about the key questions we have to ask about national security. And I think the question we have to ask ourselves, in an environment in which, as we saw from the very latest CIPRI figures, defense spending is increasing exponentially. Spending on weapons is increasing exponentially. We spend so much more We spend so much more on conflict than we do on diplomacy that the United States of American government employs more people to maintain and run one aircraft carrier than it has diplomats, senior and junior, across the entire planet. And America today has 12 aircraft carriers. So we have to ask ourselves, are we correctly understanding and contextualizing the threats that face us? And are we responding in the right way to those threats? Because in addition to national security threats, as Alexandra mentioned, we have climate catastrophe. We have global health pandemics. We have inequality at levels that are almost unprecedented in economic history. And we have a flourishing of injustice. But our focus in terms of what we spend is purely on narrowly defined threats of national security. And I believe that being in the field of international relations, you have to challenge those basic assumptions that underpin national security and defense spending. There is one final thing I want to say, and it was mentioned at the beginning of the first panel by the moderator of that panel, who spoke about the fact of how nice it was to see Alexandra on that panel. What I have discovered over 23 years of doing this work, that most of the people who are asking questions about issues of defense spending, about the nature and functioning of the arms trade, doing the investigative work into these sorts of fields, tend to look like me. They tend to be older, white men. Exactly the same people who are the beneficiaries of the ways in which we interpret defense and national security rather than human security. And so what we have tried to do in our very small organization is to bring more women and more people of fluid gender identities into this field of work. Because what we have already discovered, we've grown from a team of 2 to a team of 6, a veritable empire. But the reality is that 4 of the 6 people are young women who do far more creative and interesting work in this space than I've ever done in 23 years. And so for those of you who are in your final year and are thinking about what comes next, I would strongly encourage you. There is not just opportunity in these fields, there is real and desperate need. And we're not going to change the structural and systemic nature of these fields, intellectually, practically, let alone politically, unless those of us doing the work reflect the diversity of human beings generally. And finally, let me say that when it comes to the global trade and wealth, I have seen the consequences of this trade in my own country, South Africa. I have seen the ways in which it is used to undermine and corrupt political processes. And I think if we look at our politics globally at the moment, there are hardly
numbers of political leaders who we feel we can look up to, who we feel truly represent us, which is what they're supposed to be doing. And I do believe that the nature and functioning of the global arms trade is one of the causes of that. And unless we address these issues of the arms trade, the reality is that it will continue to make our countries poorer places, less democratic places, more corrupt places, for sure. And ironically of all, less safe places. I think I might have to give up the mic to anyone who wants to ask questions, unless there are other mics. Right? Oh, there are other mics. Great. We start at the back just because it's easier, and then we'll come forward.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Andrew. Thanks for coming. I have a question. It's like, you can change the U.S. president, but the way the U.S. run the Western democracy, like, does not care political way or any other way that can the country that he's doing the trade. Like, it's all about war, all about more money. So, like, is the national interest from USA run by weapon industry?
Should we take 2 or 3 questions at a time? Would that work? Okay. There are a couple of other hands at the back. Is there anyone else?
So, first of all, thank you for this wonderful presentation. It was really enlightening. I think I never really thought that hard about this topic, but now I got really interested in it. And what I wanted to ask is, don't you think that is almost paradoxical that as our liberal democracies granted us the freedom of trade and the possibility of expanding our economies to the other places in the world through the free trade, but it's the same free trade that can undermine our democracy in the way that the global arms trade is doing right now. For example, as you said, in South Africa, a new democracy was just basically undermined by the same freedom of trade that it implemented and the right of doing so. So how can we deal with this paradox? How can we have liberal democracies that are functional and serve the population without giving up on the actual needs of people that wanted to put the democracy there in the first place? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your fascinating presentation. And I would like to ask, how deep do you think the influence of armed lobbying goes in countries like the US? And can this influence be tamed? And how will it be tamed in US and not only, like, for example, in France or the UK? And could you comment on the state of South Africa as a nation, as it's plagued by, or was and still is probably plagued with rolling blackouts as a result of years of corruption? And how do you think South Africa and the world can deal with this problem? And how would we begin to deal with it?
Should we take those and then come back, or do some of your questions linked to some of the
So, the most powerful democracy on the planet had, to put it impolitely, a not very impressive election last time around. We're going for round 2. You know, it is astonishing to think that this is the best that supposedly the most powerful nation on the planet can offer its people. And sometimes there are some who say that we get the politicians we deserve. There are other times when I think we need to ask ourselves the question of what has gone wrong in our political systems, that this is where we've got to, that this is the choice we're being given. Is this the choice? In the United Kingdom, this is the year of elections, 2024. There are crucial elections all over the world. And in a number of those, I know, for instance, in the 2 that I'm allowed to vote in, which is in South Africa and in the United Kingdom, I have no one to vote for, no one who I would actually want to give my vote to. I have a principle, though. I voted for the first time in my life when I was almost 30, because I refused to vote in South Africa when the majority of people weren't allowed to vote. So it was only in our first democratic elections in 1994 that I cast my vote. And since then, I vote in every election that I'm allowed to vote in. Even local elections that not many people in England voted, I get very excited about and I go and vote. And I think it's very important to use one's vote where one has the privilege of having a vote. But the choices being offered us are extremely poor. In the Shadow World film that you saw the trailer of, and you can watch the film if you're interested, it's available free at the moment on YouTube. As long as the producers don't find out, it'll be there for a while. As soon as they find out, they get lawyers to take it down again. Which is terrible, because the director and myself would love the film to be available to everyone for free. So at the moment, you can watch it for free. But in the film, the chap you saw very briefly, Vijay Prashad, who is an Indian academic and activist, speaks about, quoting a thinker called Iqbal Ahmed. He says, what often happens in situations of tyranny is that it's not only the obvious aspects of freedom that are suppressed, but it's also those intangibles: imagination, creativity, the ability to think that things can be done differently. And as someone who has been around for a lot longer than most of you, I've just had the inglorious experience of turning 60, where you do start thinking about things and, oh my gosh, I've actually been around a long time. You also have the sense of, wow, my generation has really messed things up. And I honestly, as someone who has been involved in politics since my teens, when I first got involved in the struggle against apartheid in South Africa, my mom was a Holocaust survivor. So politics was always a very important part of our life. And she got involved in the struggle against apartheid because of the fact that she lost 39 members of her family in Auschwitz. And she only survived because she was hidden in a coal cellar for 3.5 years. And so she always spoke to us about racism, about inequality, about injustice. And I look at representative liberal democracy and the way it's functioning at the moment, and Greg Palast's statement that we live in the best democracies money can buy. And I say to myself, given the sorts of advances we've seen technologically, surely there's got to be a better way to organize ourselves. So, I'm not going to try and persuade you that a change of president is going to make a fundamental difference. Of course it'll make differences on the margin. Having someone, well, I'm not going to pass my opinion, but, I look at the two candidates for the presidency, and if the one comes back to office for the second time after his inglorious previous spell in the White House, where his family made fortunes while he was in the Oval Office, it does have implications for people and their daily lives. We saw that with abortion rights. We saw that for unregistered workers in the United States of America. We saw that in terms of police thuggery and brutality. But the reality is, at a fundamental structural level, I'm not sure the differences are that profound. Because the other person running for office has come to the conclusion that Israel and Saudi Arabia in the Middle East are going to be supported come what may. And the consequences of that, both for America domestically, but also for the world, are terrifying. So I would say to you, rather than look at the current status quo and say to myself, well, what are the options? Think about how you could change things, how you would change things for the better. And then start thinking about a different type of politics to change things. So what is happening in the United Kingdom at the moment, there is such anger at a completely corrupt and inept government. But the opposition aren't offering much of an alternative. They refuse to back a ceasefire, for instance, in Gaza, or to stop British weapons going to Yemen. They refuse to countenance any sort of changes to the fiscal policies that have led to an extraordinary cost of living crisis for many, many people. And they feel completely out of touch with the people they're supposed to represent. So suddenly in the United Kingdom, where we have local elections on the 2nd of May, huge numbers of independent candidates have turned up who are standing unaffiliated to any political party, in opposition to those political parties and the political system, which they see as corrupt and moral. So I think if I was your age, I would want to think about it in very different terms. I would want to think about it both in academic and intellectual terms of how else could we organize ourselves and our society. And second of all, how does one go about changing power where power seems unchangeable? And I say this not on a whim, but because I have actually seen change happen. I had to leave South Africa for the first time in 1986 because my underground cell had got information that I was about to be arrested because there weren't that many white South Africans involved with the ANC, and so they used to target the few white South Africans who were. So I left the country at 48 hours notice. And the night before I was leaving, I remember I was up on a hill overlooking my hometown of Cape Town. And I thought to myself, I'll never again set foot in the city or the country of my birth. Because if someone had told me at that point that apartheid was in its last years, I would have used my first training as a clinical psychologist and offered them a straitjacket, because there was nothing that indicated that this very powerful force, with a lot of support from Britain and America, was going to change. But 4 years later, the ANC was unbanned, all South Africa's political prisoners, including Mandela, were released. And 4 years after that, we had a democratic election. having been a racist oligarch since 1652. So I do believe that things can change, even when one least expects them to. But one has to have the creativity, the imagination, and then engage in the process of political struggle for that to happen. And I wouldn't bother about will it make any difference. Because in most of these elections happening this year, as I said, day-to-day life will be different for people with certain outcomes in certain places. But the overall edifice of politics won't. And that's the real challenge that faces you. So I'm going to go to the third question, because from that, I describe the US at the moment as a system of legalized bribery. I can track, and I do in the book, which political candidates get how many hundreds of thousands of dollars from which defense company, and what contracts they then go and vote for back to those defense companies worth billions of dollars. And that's legal in the US. It's not in Europe and the UK, it still happens, not to the same extent, but it's legal there. In terms of South Africa as a nation, the tragedy of the democratic South Africa is not that it's any worse than anywhere else, even though we have these rolling boycotts. But more importantly, the tragedy of the democratic South Africa is how quickly, after we became a democracy in 1994, we adopted the very tawdry norms of the rest of the world. And those were both economic and political norms. We had these 4 years under Mandela that were remarkable, because you actually saw a politician who wasn't interested primarily in his own political career, because he decided he would only serve one term. Everything was about the national interest, not what was in the best interest of his political party. But as soon as he stepped down, that all changed. And the reality is, when it comes to the issue of liberal democracy and free trade, in South Africa economically, in 1994, the three of us who had a training in economics were sent to Washington, to London, to Paris, to Bonn, because that was the capital at that point in Germany. And we were told everywhere that this is the economic model we must follow. And if we do this correctly, huge amounts of foreign direct investment will flow into the country. The reality is, we lifted all protections for our domestic industry. So our textile industry, for instance, which employed 420,000 people in the region that I come from, suddenly lost all its protections. Today it employs 20,000 people, and clothes are no cheaper in South Africa than they were then. The amount of foreign direct investment has been minimal at best. It's been virtually non-existent in terms of the sort of economic hopes. And, as someone, because I studied endlessly, because it was the only way to stay out of the apartheid military. So in addition to all my degrees in clinical psychology, I also have a whole lot of degrees in economics and finance. And the reality is, the biggest problem in economics is when economics becomes purely ideological. And there's this notion that there is an economic theory and it fits all situations at all times. And that's what we've thought in what I describe as the neoliberal period of economics. So since 1979, 1980. And it's a nonsense, frankly. And the reality is, in the case of South Africa, and it's the case of a number of particularly countries in the global south, the economic model we needed was a model that focused on improving the skills of a massively underskilled, underemployed workforce. And we're a country of massive natural resources, but we don't beneficiate any of those natural resources. Our own manufacturing sector has always been at a very low level. And by going the route that we went, we made that problem worse. So today, South Africa has a formal unemployment rate of 37%. And the real unemployment rate is probably 50%. And it was simply the wrong advice for a country in our situation at that time. And I do think that we need to reverse our thinking. We've got to start thinking about what is in the best interest of the vast, vast majority. And, you know, coming back to the arms trade, as somebody mentioned, we've got to remember the biggest institutional polluter on the planet is, unsurprisingly, the Pentagon. Conflict has a devastating impact on the environment. Have we factored that in? Well, just before the Shadow World came out, BAE Systems contacted me to tell me, because they knew I was writing a book, because I'd offered them rapid reply about all the corruption. And they wrote to me and they said, we need to talk to you about a very exciting development. So I went to see them and they said, we're developing a green bomb. And I said, what? And they said, yeah. It's going to be a bomb that kills people, but in a way that's good for the environment. I thought, gee, that sounds nice. And then a few months later, when the final manuscript was going to print, I phoned them back and I said, so how's the green bomb going? And the executive said to me, oh, that, no, yeah. We decided to forget about that. It was too expensive. I mean, I just think at the moment in the world, we've got our priorities a bit wrong. And we're suffering the consequences. So I think the onus is on all of you to try and ensure how we get ourselves out of this mess. And as I say, the most important thing about that is not to restrict yourself in terms of imagination and creativity. Sorry, those were very long answers, and I confused the answers between the three questions. But I hope all three of you got something of the questions you asked. Are there any others? Yeah.
Thank you for this amazing presentation. Coming from Brazil, and I'm from Rio de Janeiro, I kind of feel the examples you explained the impact that the global arms trade have in our society, especially when you're in the Western world, but you're not considered Western, and then you see the impact that this has on your own people. I have a question. It's not too much of a composed question, but I'll try to get there. In Brazil, people have this idea that if you see a black kid or even just someone armed near a ghetto or a favela, that automatically that person is a bad person because it's carrying a gun to eat or find money for anything because the economic situation is what it is. But it amuses me that most of the people that, when talking about guns, at least in Brazil, they don't take in mind how much a gun costs. You see a 14-year-old dying of hunger carrying a 500,000 rifle that not even the Brazilian army has access to. And then apparently this gun falls from the sky into the hands of a 14-year-old into one of the worst slums in the world. But that kid is considered a problem, not only to the society, but also to the state, that we use more weapons and more guns and more violence to not resolve the problem we basically created, because we know a 14-year-old won't have access to $500,000 that only the US military has access to. So I had other questions, but this will be my main one, because I don't understand and I don't know how I can talk with the people from my own society and explain that that little kid with that rifle is the least of the concerns we should have as a country. Because in my mind, I see the elite of the global arms trading controlling us, not only in Brazil, but in the whole world, because you need conflicts and wars, so the selling of guns and weapons has any sense, or it's at least justifiable. So I think my question would be, how can a society that is not even prepared to have the conversation of global arms trading because they don't even think that's the issue. How can that society overcome the problem of not realizing what is the real problem and actually taking efforts to stop that, basically? Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank you for the presentation. And it's a fortunate coincidence for purposes of my question that you're originally from South Africa. I'm doing some research on greenwashing and pinkwashing in Israel, and there's a deep concern in Israeli society and politics that of them facing the same fate as the apartheid regime in South Africa, of basically being such a PR disaster to America that they suddenly find themselves isolated. However, as you pointed out, it's clear that with an increasingly globalized economy, the influence that the military-industrial complex has next to politicians anywhere and everywhere in the world, through companies like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, etc., is one of the biggest threats that we face. With the ability that they have to fund campaigns, influence mass media, undermine political discourse, like pushing fear-mongering agendas. How deep will
Good evening. Very interesting topic. I think I'm more interested in this topic. Um, Probably because it's a bigger problem than we think. Um, the corruption that is going on all around the world in the government and the political system have been accounted for. You have figures and facts to prove that. But there's a bigger problem. For instance, in Nigeria, where I come from, we've been ravaged by terrorism. Where these arms are in the hands of terrorists, how do they get these arms? Who sells these arms to them? How can we account for these arms? And then how can we stop this war?
So first of all, thank you for being here. I really like this topic, and I would like to ask if you think the world would be a better place if the Western countries would be so involved in the political of other countries, like in Africa or in the, I don't know, everywhere, like USA, these everywhere. If you think that it would be better to not take our good democracy we have in Europe, or it would be more like of anarchy if we rather not interfere, like in the war between Israel and Palestine, for example.
Hey,